și mai pe lutul și mai iași și și put are drap și huruc și mai iași Ana cu Ana închidu la riti una sarti Hasin ahia tuklat idia namsar shipia aitu shakonia luba isanatia nibi lale Sharu lemnu itba itikmayashi Shanem duma niru shada Nisbatuma ala niyar Nushalpitu humba Shaira kishti Ereği aşkı Inni Shitusha Isatu Hakashi Iktuma Ivri Kima Kalati Panishu
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Children's Camp. I am your DM, GM, storyteller, whichever you like to call me, Forgotten Dreams, and I am joined by a lovely cast of people, starting with Azzy.
I'm not showing my face yet. I'm Asira, and I can't tell the other cast what I am playing, so I won't tell you either. So
That's why you're not showing your face yet.
Fantastic. Yeah, just look for the hanging man in the photo, and you'll know which one is Azzy. All right, next up we have Mel.
Hi, I'm Mel, and I'm playing G-Meg that has no idea who we're gonna get to join us. And I'm very worried.
Okay. Next up we have Shannon.
She's
Who is
trying
muted.
to unmute.
There
There we go.
Technical difficulties. I'm Shannon, and I play a lovely Kassid Cassandra.
Fantastic. All right, and you know who's last, you know who's least. It's the hungry boy of all.
Yeah, hungry I am. Hi. My name is Savoriel, and I'll be playing Ajala.
Ajala. The pain in the ass we all love but super hate. Because he causes so many problems.
Yep.
Either way, why don't you go ahead and give our lovely people their viewer warning, and then we're going to have our mystery person go ahead and do the recap. Excluding what happened on camera last week so that the players don't know what happened on camera last week in that particular scene.
I normally never complain, but I will say I by fault didn't listen in too much because I don't want to know what the other players was doing. So
that's
I
okay. So
have
you totally
really
blinked
hard
out. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, we'll take it from Mel. Mel can tell us what happened because she has no clue what happened off screen. But technically on screen.
I will start with the viewer warning, however.
Yeah.
As we are a vampire podcast, well, not podcast, stream. Sorry, that's due to the talk before here.
Yeah.
We are a vampire story, meaning we are a horror story. We are not portraying or playing nice people. We're gonna make very evil, dark choices and do very terrible, icky things to people. So if that's a bit too much for you or you want to opt out on that, please do. If you like the rest of the story, but the horror parts are a bit too much, just take a break at that point. And please don't hold it against us. Hold it against our characters, because it's very much our characters, and we just play them. So that's why.
All right, fantastic. Also, to let you beautiful folks know out there in the viewing world, some of us are a little under the weather currently. So if we make grammatical errors or say stupid stuff or talk in loops, we apologize.
Or if one of us runs off suddenly, don't
Mhm.
worry about it.
Absolutely, yeah. But either way, Mel, take it away with the lovely recap of last time.
Yes. Well, we started off the session with a bit of a secret scene that I have no idea what happened. But after that, the rest of the group woke up in the, well, it's not really a cellar, but the underground cavern underneath the well in near the Jaffa Gate. And from there, Chimeg really wanted to find the clan members that were supposedly moving about in the city. So we decided to head towards. Last time we saw them, they were in the rack, so we decided to head that way to see if we can spot them. Probably against better judgment. But we did, and on the way there, we did meet up with the cinnamon bun lady that somehow tends to know everyone's business, and gave Ayala quite a headache when he tried to read her soul. And with a chat with her, we found out that once that she had spotted Bucktruck heading towards the Citadel, I believe it was, yes. And also that the Feather and his associates, she had spotted somewhat near where Ayala's ghoul, Elizabeth, lived, in that area. And basically we decided to split up a bit. So Chimeg headed on her own towards where Elizabeth lived to find the clan members, and the rest did break off towards the Citadel to try to see if they can catch up with Bucktruck.
All right, fantastic.
And other than that, there was a lot of discussion about what to do in the future, so that took the rest of the session.
Yeah, that tends to take up time, doesn't it? Also, I love that you keep remembering the name Elizabeth, even though it was Eleanor.
Fuck. Eleanor.
Elizabeth was a goat yoga lady.
Yeah. Well, she wasn't here for that. Yeah. Anyways, so bringing us back in, Chimeg, you've spotted Feather and one of his associates in one of the roads, currently looking at a couple of the shops, standing next to their horses' reins in hand, essentially, as they walk up and down this street, perusing from vendor to vendor stall. What would you like to do?
I would actually like to approach them and see if I can talk to them.
Okay. You go ahead and begin approaching them. And how do you just walk up and say hi? Do you slide into the vendor stall and just pretend like you're perusing? What's Chimeg's exact approach?
Does it seem like they're having a conversation, or are they mostly going and looking?
You can see that occasionally they'll pick something up, they'll look at each other, they'll talk it over, and they'll either shove it into a bag and pay some money, or they'll put it back down on the table.
All right, then I will just try to move up and see if they spot me and try to get their attention.
Okay, fantastic. So as you're moving up, they don't seem to spot you until about the last second, right when you come into sort of that peripheral viewpoint of Feather, who looks over and kind of eyes widen and gets a little bit of a smile as he sees you. Huh. Well.
Good evening.
Evening. We
Good to
missed
see
you on, well, there's no worry about that. How have you been?
Been good, thank you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to, well, show up for your invitation.
That's fine. We were sort of moved away from our last location, so
I
it makes
heard.
sense that maybe perhaps you wouldn't be able to find us.
No, I also actually got called into a battle.
Ah,
It's
that's
a
what we
long
were.
story.
Yes, that's what we were pushed away for. Mentioned that there was a
Yes.
fight that was going to happen nearby. And they didn't want innocent civilians
Hmm.
to get in trouble.
Oh. Did they request that you leave, or did they
More
draw
of
you
a
off?
demand with request-like features.
Hmm. Interesting. Well, actually, that was one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you.
Really?
Do your clan pick up mercenary job occasionally?
Occasionally, yes.
Hmm. I was wanting to suggest. Well, I got the funds to pay, and I need capable fighters. And well, there is a area nearer to Jerusalem where you're free to put up, well, to move as you like.
Hmm. And where would this area be exactly?
I'll describe where Peturamul's lands are.
Okay, so you go ahead and you describe it to him, and he kind of nods his head. I know the area, yeah. I assumed it was just undeveloped farmland, but that someone owned it. Good to know that you might be that person.
Not directly me, but a close friend, if you like.
Close friend.
Mm. A father figure, maybe.
Interesting. I'll go ahead and pass it on to the chief and see what he thinks.
All right.
If we
I
do
was
come to this new place, you should come by.
hoping to. I was rather sad to hear that you were so far away. I assume you have a shaman with you.
Yes, that is one of the things that we do have.
I suppose I was hoping for some guidance as well.
Well, that's up to you and the shaman, but I should warn you, we don't have a seer. So, shaman can only help you so much.
I see.
Perhaps what you seek is seer. And we do know of one. It's relatively nearby, if you consider 4 days on horseback nearby.
Hmm. Doable.
If you make your way. You make your way to Apamea, I believe is what the natives call it.
Alright. What direction?
North. Near the large city of Antioch.
How do I find her or him?
What we know, there's a Ola that is up on one of the nearby hilltops. It has a few tents around it. I think that would be a pretty blatant display. It's along the river there, the Oronentis. It's maybe an hour outside of that city.
Thank you. Can I buy you a drink? Two of you.
Normally cities don't hold anything good, but I think, and he looks to his companion, could always give it a shot. Lead the way.
Alright. And how close were we to the slaughtered ox?
To the slaughtered ox. Ooh, excuse me. You're like a 10-minute walk at most. But if you want to go to the Painted Lady, that's about a 8-minute walk. So.
I'll head to the Painted Lady then.
Okay.
I did buy the.
So you go ahead and you make your way to the Painted Lady, and they follow behind you. They'll hitch their horses outside of the Painted Lady, not willing to pay for a stable because they don't intend to stay long, and follow you up the stairs into the main doorway, where the three of you look around and can see the usual patrons, the usual gaggle of individuals making their way around, doing gambling, drinking, having plenty of conversation, but there's a little bit something different. You can see that two of your servants are now making their way through the crowd that is gathered as part of the new barmaids.
Alright. I'll find them a table and let them know that I'll go and get something to drink.
Okay.
And ask them what they want.
Well, usually these places don't have rice wine, so we can't order that, but if
Might
they
be able to find
have
some.
strong ale or milk, it'll do.
Right. And I'll head back. And I did buy a bottle of rice wine from the slaughtered ox.
I believe so, yeah.
But putting blood in that would be kind of obvious, right? Or
Oof. I mean, it would definitely be an obvious discoloration from the normal white, but you don't necessarily have to give them the drink out of the bottle. You could just make them drink from the bottle. It is very common.
So you have access to the backstage there.
yeah, I was thinking like, yeah, I guess I'll try to get some in the bottle then and just go with that.
Alright.
But if there, how much do I have to add in the bottle if I would ghoul them both, wouldn't I?
You would ghoul them both, yes. You can't exactly put blood in there and then choose who it ghouls.
No, yeah. Fuck it, let's do it. Would I know how much blood I would have to add to it?
It usually doesn't even take a full point to go ahead and get someone on the first level of ghouled. So we'll say that it consumes a point of blood to go ahead and make sure you have enough for both of them to get a positive bond here.
Alright, then I will add that to the bottle and then bring the bottle out.
You go ahead and you add this blood to the rice wine, and you watch as it goes from that murky white color that it was to a murky white with like seams of red running through it, and becomes like that milky whitish red. I don't know how to explain it. You know what I'm talking about. But either way, you go ahead and you cork that off, bring that up to the table, place it down. And they kind of look down at it and say, "Oh, what is this?"
Well, I did manage to find a bottle of rice wine in this city.
Bullshit.
It's
Seriously?
not exactly the same quality, but it's good enough.
Huh. You got that from here.
Yeah, another tavern,
Oh.
but I know
Speciality
the
thing.
owner of this tavern, so we picked up a few bottles.
Okay. Interesting. Well, let's try it. Let's see how good they can make rice wine.
I'll push over the bottle.
Feather kind of looks at it, goes to uncork it. Fuck it. Let's get our senses completely fucked, shall we? And he goes ahead and he picks it up, and he gives like a good two strong gulps of it before pushing it towards his companion. Go ahead and make me a perception alertness roll. Or perception expression, my bad.
Expression. There we go.
Successes, okay. You watch as his eyes go kind of wide a little bit, and there's this look of confusion, quickly replaced by apt happiness, as he goes, "That's not bad. Not bad at all. I was expecting absolute dunga, but that's decent.
It
I
is.
like it. Yeah. What do you think?" And the other guy takes a couple swigs of it. And also begins to nod his head, and he's like, "Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the right stuff. Ugh. It would go good with some goat milk, but yeah, it's good. It's good." So, you got the rice wine where no one can get rice wine. You have a new place for the tribe to stay. You're very resourceful.
I like to think so.
What, maybe we talked about this before. I can't entirely remember, I'll be honest. What brings you this far out anyways, huh? I mean, us, we're here for, work. It's kind of where we lived after, some incidents But you know the usual story. You take up a leadership. That leadership drives you westward. You slaughter a couple of dozen people. You settle down. You find new lands. You know, and then eventually you decide it wasn't worth it. So you start heading back home. And here we are now. But in the Levant to find rice wine. What brought you?
He's gonna lean forward a bit. Well, to give you quite the honest answer, I woke up without my memories. Can't remember shit. And I don't know where any of my people are. The one that owns the land was the one that found me, and he took me in and, well, made sure I didn't die. Only thing I really remember is a keep on fire and a flag and lots of screaming. That's the only thing I remember from before. So I'm trying to figure things out, I suppose. And there are people who I'm connected to somewhat here.
Interesting. It's rare that our kind loses their memory.
I will
It's
know.
usually a sign of the losing of one's Sunruhu. Not a character, you know that's the second soul.
That's
But-
so.
You say memories are coming back to you?
Yes. Very slowly, though.
Perhaps your Sunruhu is coming back.
Hope so.
Who knows, maybe it just went exploring while you were injured. Had a little bit of a journey, got lost along the way, and is slowly trying to find its way back to you. It
Hope
means
so.
you will eventually figure it out, I'm sure. Everything will come rushing back as it rushes back into you.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I mean, as long as you have, well, we know you have the Sunruhu, so.
Yes, that I know. So. Still
You'll
alive.
be fine. Yes. Very much alive.
But the Sunruhu moves as it wishes, so it will be fine. But that is also one of the reasons I wish to talk to your shaman. As you can understand.
I get that, yeah. No, I would want answers too.
I don't even know what I did before, so I figured this place is as good a place as any to stay while I figure it out.
No ideas as to what your tribe once was.
Oh really? I remember a flag, and I'll describe the flag I saw in the. I
You
do
have
believe that.
written down?
Yes. Well, it was the flag of Lithuania, but Jimmick doesn't know that.
So I need to make a roll for them. Politics. Oof. Okay. See if they can get at least 2 successes on 3 dice. Yay!
do.
Feather kind of nods his head as you begin to describe the flag, and he goes, That is Lithuania.
Tell me anything?
Go ahead and make me a intelligence politics roll.
Not my greatest.
They're also gonna be 2 dice or something. Yep, but 2 successes.
Hey, there we go. All right, fantastic. So when he says that, it kind of brings back the thought of, you know, it's somewhere in the north, definitely. Very much a former tribal area that's been recently beginning to see feudalism come to its doorsteps and take over. Hence the castles and baileys and moats, but sort of a region heavily split in its religion, between those who believe in the old ways and those who believe in the new ways. Also very ripe because of that for treasure, because a lot of money is making its way into Lithuania, both from individuals trying to spread the control of feudalism and individuals trying to bring warriors to the cause of the old gods to destroy feudalism. And there are quite a few old wives' tales. Trying to think back on them, give me an wits, earth, wisdom. Any specialities? I doubt it.
Nope.
Nope. 1 success, but it is a 10. How do I judge thee? You didn't roll any 1s in there, and you didn't get 2 successes. That became a 1. So, because you got a 10 in there, I'll treat it like a 2. So, there are some old wives' tales of the beasts of the forests of Lithuania and that region. Vicious, now that you think about it, sort of lupine-like beasts that used to roam the forests in great herds and run with the tribes. And you're starting to draw some extreme parallels suddenly, as you realize there are supposed to be a lot of werewolves up there.
But... Huh. That's far north. Well, I guess I know more specifically where I've been, then.
I mean, it explains some things, but not everything.
What does it explain?
Well, it explains that you are one of the northern tribes, more than likely from crap, I just blanked on the exact nation one. It's the Golden something.
Oh,
More than likely from the Golden Horde.
Yeah. Sort of makes sense to me. I thought I knew I had been somewhere north of the Black Sea, but not more than that.
You could also be an Uzbek.
Do I know what that means?
It's basically the tribes of Uzbekistan in this current time period. They just globally called the Uzbeks, but there are like hundreds of small tribes here and there spread throughout that region that do a lot of interacting, occasionally under confederacies with the Golden Horde. So it's not unheard of for the two to do massive trading and sometimes go raiding with one another.
All right. Quick question, by the way. What language is he speaking? I don't think I've asked that.
He's Turkish.
Okay, good. Where are your clans from originally?
I apologize. It's not exactly Turkish. It's Turkmen, but it's close enough that I'm just going to call it Turkish, just for our audience's knowledge.
Alright.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Where are your clans from?
We
Originally?
were once members of the Golden Horde, but we split off not too long after we settled in the region. We sort of got the short end of the stick with territory, more of a swampy area. Didn't suit our needs.
See.
So we roamed for a while, used our skills to do some raids for some of the local governments, things like that. Earned enough coin and enough of a reputation. We now found ourselves here.
See.
Although there is a possibility, now that I think of it. Does
What is
the
it?
word Kyrgyzstan mean anything to you?
Does
With
it?
politics.
Wait. Well, two.
2 successes, wow. Kyrgyzstan is sort of a interesting little pocket of the world. It's near Mongolia, I think it's still called Mongolia at this time period. Yeah, so it's near Mongolia, but it's more closer to the Oryat Confederacy, I believe is how it's pronounced, which is sort of what you could call the lesser Mongolians. They did not become. They sort of had the same ideals, some of the same traditions as the Mongolians, but they ended up being outshadowed by the Mongolians. When the Mongolians said, "Fuck it, we want your money," so they kind of got taken over eventually, and then just reintroduced as Mongolians, and never got appropriate, recognition for their own thing.
All right. Does that remind me of something more like personally, or like it sounds familiar somehow?
It sounds familiar somehow. It kind of resonates with you.
It feels familiar somehow,
Mm.
in a strange way.
You could have been wrapped up in that mess.
What was the mess?
Yeah. That's a long story. This tribe stabbed that tribe in the back. This tribe took over that tribe and reintroduced that tribe as this tribe. So on and so forth. This person married that person. You know how these stories go.
All right. Well, I would love to talk some more later, and if you do decide to move closer to Jerusalem, that would be great. Love to hear the stories.
Hmm. Perhaps we will. Who knows? Maybe this is the start of a wonderful relationship, and in 100 years, the Gok Turks will return to these lands and take it all over. And it all started here.
I can hope.
Heather kind of punches the guy he's with, and they both get up. They say, "You mind if we take the bottle?"
Go ahead.
They grab it and they walk out.
Alright. And then I'm gonna try to head back to the Citadel. I'll wait a little bit so they can leave properly.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a relative large host of individuals, ranging from ghouls to full-on fledged children of the cup, in massive number making their way towards the Citadel.
Right.
So, Jala, as your large group makes their way around one of the corners and comes into sight of the Citadel, you can see that there are quite a few of the guards who are stationed down here at the bottom of the gatehouse that leads up the ramp that eventually leads into the proper Citadel itself. You don't currently see anyone making their way down the ramp or anything like that. So it is a little unusual that there are this many guards at the bottom ramp, but you do see that there are a couple of patrols just making their way along the walls up above instead of doing their normal standing still and staring routine. And this usually indicates someone important is inside.
I turn around to look at Cassandra, and I sort of notice that we've got this full entourage of people following us. Right. Cassandra, should we try and approach this alone? As in, they might feel it weird if we come in with this massive entourage of people. I don't know.
Does Cassandra feel it'd be weird to come in like 3 people and a dog?
We're only 3 people. I thought there was.
No,
still
you're
someone
more
else
than 3 people.
Are we?
Right?
What?
Rafik,
No.
Batu,
Rafik,
Sandra, and Djala. So you're 4 people technically, but
Yeah, I said 3 people and a dog. I was right.
Okay, in that case, we're not a massive entourage. In that case.
still a massive entourage. Anyways,
Okay. Oh yeah. Well, never mind. Batu, I sometimes forget you're a dog.
Sandra will give Batu scritches and Batu will take hold.
Right. Also, when it comes to Citadel business, I have a different name, so please, you could refer to me as Kush.
Bush, you want me to refer to you as the plant that we grow in our fields for extra money? What is this?
They know me here as Kush Kazal, okay?
Your name here is Kush Kuzal. Kush Kuzal. Something from the wonderful lands of Kush Kush, huh?
I just
Is
glare at him.
Is that a precaution that should be necessary for everyone here, or no, just you?
It's just because I have history with this place, let's say.
Sorry, what was
Sure.
the last name again? Kush what? Kazal?
So,
Kazal.
Oh.
Say it again.
Kush Kazal.
Kazal. Kazul.
I look at Cassandra. Do I have permission to slap him?
No, to be honest, I think we have permission to use that as a pet name for you whenever we want now. Kushku, Kushkazal.
Don't
Kush
you
Kush,
dare.
I think is the best one.
Kush Kush.
The best iteration.
Yeah, Kush.
Either way, who
You're
are
irritated.
we here to see anyways?
If I'm gonna ask first if they've seen Bucktruck.
Don't
they haven't seen Bucktruck.
Wait a minute. You want to ask if they've seen a suspicious man who looks like he's been, on the stuff?
I'm gonna ask around if they've seen him first, and well, we're here to see Ezekiel, but if I'm going to also ask them if they've seen this particular person.
How about I handle this for you, huh?
Great, go ahead.
Alright, he sort of straightens himself out a little bit, shifts his armor, does a couple of his buckles, gets his shield to properly hang off of his shoulder at the ready, sort of cracks his neck a little bit, stands a bit straighter, and says, "Alright, I got this." Kazol. Alright, gotcha. He sort of begins making his way towards the guards at the gate, then he says, "Get out of the way, Duke Kush Kuzal is here to see Ezekiel." And the two guards at the gate kind of look at each other. I need to make some rolls. Alright.
I look at Cassandra and say, "Your ghoul. I don't like him."
Not mine.
Not hers.
Please get a grip on him.
My god. Alright. Let's see how they do, because they have less dice, funnily enough, by one. It's a roll-off! Alright. Here we go.
Technically, he has vampire blood in him. Does that
Technically, he
mean
does have vampire blood in him.
Technically, he rolled a 1 in there.
Yeah.
Did he have
And
speciality?
Got a 10.
anything?
But also 10.
But he also rolled a 10. Yeah.
If he has a speciality?
Let me check his sheet. Hold on. Yes, he does have a speciality. So that still brings him. Yeah, that would bring him to 3.
Brings him to 3.
Which would equal the 3. All right, let's just have them both roll one more time.
Mm.
See how this goes.
Dear.
Oops, not question mark. That one. Make sure I typed that right. All right. Oh God, come on, dude. Oh God, what the? Oh wait. No. I rolled 5 there. I should have rolled 4 there. Hold on. Ignore the last one. Okay. Okay. Better. Much better.
Also,
There's also
one-
Me and
speciality,
3
though?
successes, by the way.
there's also a 1 in the last roll of the guards.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They do have a speciality, yeah. So that does keep that at a 2. But he still rolled a 3. So you watch as they both look at each other, and then one of them leans over and says something. And the other guy kind of looks confused for a minute, but then kind of just nods his head. And he looks up and yells up at the gatehouse and says, "Open the gate! Duke Kush Kuzal to see Duke Ezekiel!" And you hear the cranking of the gear as the gate slowly begins to crank up. And he makes his way back to the two of you and says, "See? I told you I had this."
True, but we still don't know if Bucktruck is here. I guess we'll look inside, right?
That I'll do that when we're already in, You go in, you look for Ezekiel. I talk to the guards, guard to guard. I get the information on Bucktruck.
And I'll start making my way to the gate. Did they ask for our weapons?
Nope.
In that case, I'll just continue in.
Okay, you continue in. You make your way up the ramp. Eventually, you make your way to the second gatehouse. They have already pre-opened it, but they opened up like that tiny little door gate because you're not on horseback, instead of the large gate. Because why waste the effort of opening the big gate when you can just open up a small door? And they let you through that. Eventually, they close the gates behind you, and Rafik kind of looks around and says, "All right, go do your thing."
If Buckstruck came here, what would he be doing?
So, what you can see as you're standing there, you have a little bit of a courtyard where there is a bench, a bit of a, not a tent, but just like the top of a tent, essentially, to provide some shade over the bench and the table that's out there. A couple of fires going where they're cooking up some what smells like mulled wine, and also there's a bit of a fighting ring that they have off to one side that's very heavily caked in mud, but it looks like it hasn't really seen any use recently. And there is a pair of stairs and a couple of doors that run alongside the structure off to the left-hand side that's sort of buttressed against the walls that looks like the main hall of the Citadel. Off to your right, in between the building as it sort of wraps around the Citadel walls, there's a little bit of a archway doorway that if you go through, and you went through it last time, it leads to the garden area. And from the garden area, you know that you could go to one of the two large towers. And Ezekiel was in the Tower of David, I want to say.
David, yeah. The place where they're cooking this mulled wine, there are people there, I'm guessing.
There are about 8 guards, kind of relaxed, talking, leaning up against the table, and there's, of course, they have that perfectly held up pile of spears that are all just pointed towards each other, lined, of course, with their shields, and they're just having casual conversation. Couple of them are sort of getting some wine and then making their way over to some of the stacks of hay for some of the horses that are sort of currently in the middle of being brushed, as the stable boy is kind of out there taking care of what horses there are. And they're just relaxing.
Hey, Silvertongue.
Yeah?
I'm talking to Rafik here.
What's up?
They think you can go and ask those guys if they've seen anyone by the following description, and I try to describe Buckstruck as best I can.
Mm-hmm. And
Tell
his
me
name is
he's-
Buckstruck?
Buckstruck, yes.
Buckstruck.
You can
Ah.
tell him that he was sent ahead with a message, but that he's not been looking himself lately. Or
Oh.
just that he was sent with a message, I don't know, they don't need all that information.
If he's done something wrong, do you really want to be attached to, or?
Tell him that if he's done something wrong and he would be in the stocks, for example, that we would like to retrieve him and discipline him ourselves,
Okay.
depending on how terrible it was, I
Great.
guess.
Will do. Are you going to go to see your Ezekiel while I do this, or do you
Yeah,
want to
garden.
watch?
Sorry?
He was saying, do you want to go see your Ezekiel while I do this, or are you going to stand here and watch me have this conversation?
We'll be in the gardens towards that way, as in Ezekiel tends to stay in that direction.
Good luck.
Right, and I start walking. And the way I will say to Cassandra, look, okay, he's got us inside, but I don't like the way that he talks to me. I've been nearly ripped in half by a fucking lupine. I've faced a demon and somehow survived. Keep your little man in check, or I will rip him in two, okay?
Again, not mine.
Then do something about it. Like, didn't they teach you how to ghoul?
Not mine. And if you want your ego stroked, go back. Go back to the slaughter dogs. I don't believe stroking your ego is part of his description. You could bring that up with humans.
Wait, what? What was the last bit?
You can bring that up with Chumeg if it upsets you, so, but I'm not going to give him education lessons.
Well, I could always educate him myself, but let's hope it doesn't come to that.
It's cute that you get such a rise out of this. Okay, quick out of character note, because I can't find anything in my notes about Ezekiel. Is that a name I know before? Have we met him?
No.
I just can't find it. Okay, yeah, in that case, Cassandra will ask Ezekiel.
I guess this is a good moment
What's the deal?
to introduce you. You know of the whole thing that we've chosen the lioness as our leader? You weren't told either. Let's sit down in the garden and let's have a talk.
And as you go to one of the benches to begin to sit down, you would hear coming from within the garden, not currently visible, a voice say, "That is Protector Kawiya El Gaduba, the Lioness of Jerusalem. To you."
The lioness is here.
No, just the cub.
Oh, okay. Is it Ezekiel that's saying that?
You watch as a head pokes around one of the corners, and yeah, it's Ezekiel's head.
Ezekiel. Good to see you again. It's been a while.
It has been a while. What exactly brings you to my home this time? Hmm?
Well, in all honesty, we're looking for the ghoul of our associate, Serafina, who's been sort of out of commission of late.
Oh, Serafino is the dark one, yes?
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
his ghoul Bucktruck was last seen in this direction.
Bucktruck, yes, I remember Bucktruck. Bucktruck is a very good boy, except for that one time he tried to poison all the guards.
Wait, he did what now?
Don't worry about it. Either way. So you're looking... Bucktruck I don't think is here. I did see him tonight, yes. But he wasn't coming towards the Citadel. He was headed towards the Christian quarter.
Okay.
Sort of towards Marder's territory.
Right. Oh, that's good to know. Then I know where to search next. As we are here, by the way, Ezekiel, this is Cassandra. She's the newest coterie member of our little coterie. Cassandra, this is Ezekiel. He is the representative of the Lioness of Jerusalem, who is basically our candidate for the throne of Jerusalem for our faction.
So what you would see, Cassandra, is an individual probably around 5'10", 5'11", somewhere around there, dressed in heavy armors, but not plate. It's Lamera armors, and he has sort of that stereotypical Saracen pointed helmet. He is clearly of probably around Saudi Arabian or Yemen descent. Looks like he's from around that region. Has a very beautifully kept full beard. Long flowing hair that's sort of matted underneath the helmet that he wears. These beautiful purple robes that sit underneath his armor and that sort of flow out and look like they're a little baggy, but they're still, nice and eloquent. You can see that he has a couple of pieces of fine golden and silver jewelry that hang around his neck over his armor, and also he has this beautiful saber that sort of just sits in a hilt on his left hand side that usually his arm sort of lazily rests on. But he sort of looks you up up and down a few times. He's, It's a pleasure to meet you, Cassandra. You may call me Duke Ezekiel Alamin, the fearless cub of a man.
Pleasure to meet you. She'll bow her head and she will repeat those titles that I, out of character, will not butcher.
I was just about to convey to our Cassandra here about our current situation, as she's not been fully informed yet ever since her quite fresh arrival in the city. And unfortunately, unbelievable. I just completely blanked out on someone's name.
Oh, do tell. Give me an idea of who you're thinking of.
Cecilia, as in, sorry, as in, she's hardly gone yet.
Cecilia Montfort? She's been gone for one night and already you're blanking on her name? Oh god, I can't remember what her face looks like anymore.
Really not planned.
It's only been an hour, my guy.
I'm sorry, Azzy. I completely just blanked on Cecilia's name.
That's hilarious. Okay.
And Jella would say, unfortunately, Cecilia is sort of left the city for some soul-seeking this evening. So I, in my very lacking capacity, am going to try what I can.
Last I remember, you were more the, how we say, strong-headed warrior type, yes?
Yes, rather than the strong-headed brain type, quite well aware.
The exact opposite of Serafino.
Yep.
But neither you nor Serafino have the diplomatic charm of Cecilia, yeah.
No, not at all.
And even she lacks some charm, I'll be honest.
Possible, I guess.
Definite.
I
have kept a close eye on the way that your coterie handles business here. It's rough.
Yeah, we're hoping that Cassandra might be able to straighten up some of those rough edges for us.
I see. You bring a rose to the battle, and finally you take those dull edges and sharpen them up a little bit. It's good, as long as you can hold your weight.
I try to, under their teachings.
Which are as lacking.
Well,
Sadly, just need a new light to view it under.
other than pointing you in the direction of your, how we shall say, man pet, how can the possible future Prince of Jerusalem help you tonight?
Well, news of the battle is old by now, as in that went well.
That went excellently. I was thoroughly impressed when I read the reports.
Besides that, I would say that you're probably aware of all the lupines moving about the city. We hope that they're gone soon, but can't really say until they are.
Yeah, see, is there any word exactly on when they may possibly be gone? I hear that, at least from what I've received, there may have been some sort of agreement or discussion between your coterie and others.
From what we heard, and I'm hoping I'm not mistaken on this, they hope to be gone within 3 weeks, at least the clan of werewolves that we've dealt with. Well, not dealt with, but come to an agreement with. Besides that, yes, we also currently are aware of actual demons in the city. Whether that is news or not, I have no idea. we'll look into dealing with those through Cecilia's family, the Montforts, and the Knights of the Black Cross.
The Knights of the Black Cross. You'd have better luck finding a Knight of the Grail to do your work than a Knight of the Black Cross. I mean, people say they're holy, they're not.
Oh, we're hoping that Cecilia's past life might be of some leverage in that.
It's always a choice. Either way. So, interesting things afoot. I should let you know the siege is going well. It's still not officially broken, but, you know, it is enough so that a few of us are relieved and may return to the pleasures of this life.
That is good to hear.
With the plan that's been come up with, we should be able to extend the siege for another year or so. That will give us plenty of time to work our magic in the background and eventually allow those of important figure to come back to important places, such as Jerusalem, to continue working their magic behind the chateaus, as you.
It's good to hear.
I should also let you know that there is going to be a scourge in town. A little gift from me to help with our little werewolf problem.
That is fantastic. Does Ajala know what the Scourge is?
Go ahead and make me a intelligence. Well, actually, you have a. Is it you or Cecilia who has the thing with vampires and occult? I think you have rituals
Something with
occult.
the occult? Cecilia has something with vampire law.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
spent
yeah.
a year doing.
In that
on
case, you just
Cecilia.
make me a wits politics.
Can I also roll on this?
You are more than welcome to. Yeah. Take 2 bonus die for yourself, Cassandra. Ajala, it sounds important. Cassandra, yeah, you know what a scourge is. Bartholomew actually, in one of his most recent lessons, told you what a scourge was. In great detail. I don't know if Cassandra reveals that or not, but go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't remember what a scourge.
Oh.
I don't remember.
They're the
It's been a
evil
while.
right hand of the prince that comes along and sweeps all the bad things under the rug by killing them.
Ooh, okay.
Jala will just nod and say that's a good thing, not really necessarily knowing particularly well what it's about.
Right. Yes, well, I highly suggest that you stay out of the scourge's way, so that it may conduct its business and then leave. Other than that, I should also let you know that, oh, I apologize, I sometimes forget the names of individuals who live here. Magdalena, that was her name, will no longer be joining us.
Oh.
Unfortunately, she is being, how you say, property here in Jerusalem is being revoked and returned to rightful owners. And her name no longer means anything in this city. She will, of course, retain her dukedom of Tel Aviv, but she is no longer allowed to enter the premises of Jerusalem for the next 5 years.
Okay, she must have done something then.
She failed very seriously.
Yeah, that's not fantastic.
I don't know exactly how, but this is what I am told.
Okay, interesting. About the Scourge, will there be some way that we can recognize them?
look for the individual who's slaughtering every individual that they see that doesn't look like them. It's usually how I see scourges.
Okay, so just stay out of the way.
Pretty much, yeah.
Thank you for the advice.
You know, if someone comes around, they ask strange questions, they seem like they don't really give a shit that they're in your territory, you're probably dealing with Scourge.
Right, that's
It's
all
like
we-
Sheriff, but more irritating and more violent.
All right.
Does Scourge have a name?
No clue.
I have a quick out of game question, Cassandra. We had a talk about boons. Did we have that in game, or was that something we had out of game? Because I don't remember. But
I'm aware of boons, but yeah.
we had a talk with the group and also with the DM about it's good to be doing boons for people.
Oh, that was in game. That was 100% in game. Yeah, that was a
Okay, so
that was
Jala
a
remembers
you. It was a Jala, Chimeg, Cassandra, and Bartholomew
Oh,
in the
Bartholomew.
bottom of a well that had that conversation. Yeah.
Mhm.
I will sort of throw a look at Cassandra and then sort of back at Ezekiel and then just ask, is there anything we could particularly do for you, perhaps, in the coming nights?
As much as I want to say, get rid of Habiba, that little thing, I don't know if it's possible. So, instead, what I will say is, keep an eye on Gabriel.
Yes.
To an extent that I need you to find me Rashid. I don't need you to touch Rashid, I don't need you to hurt Rashid, I just need you to let me know where Rashid lives. And once I have that information, I think I can handle him myself.
Quick question, who do I have any fucking idea who the fuck Rashid is?
Yes you do, that is the son of Gabriel.
Ah, right, him. That's why I forget. Thank you. Let's see what we can do. I'll look at Cassandra.
Rashid?
Gabriel's child.
Pain in the ass.
Oh, how come?
Well, let's just say that we had a certain alliance with a few individuals who found themselves burnt out of alliances.
The Muslim quarter, I
Yes, very much so.
seem to remember. Right.
Such blatant disregard for one's property in the city that is to become mine should not go unpunished.
Fair point. Well, unless there's anything else, and I'll look at both of them, we should be out of your hair.
Ajala, if you would stay for a few moments, I'd like to have a few small words with you alone before you rejoin your lovely companion, Cassandra, I believe it was.
Alright.
I'll leave you to it.
Yala sort of follows Ezekiel, I guess.
Oh, he doesn't go anywhere, he just waits for Cassandra
Yeah.
to, like, leave the garden.
Cassandra leaves.
Fantastic. You know Vitheria.
I know this area.
No. Do you know Etheria? She is a
Etheria.
Bruja.
Bruja. Not yet.
Find her. Find Etheria, find me Rashid. Do this, I will guarantee you houndship.
I do think Ajala knows what that is.
You know absolutely what that is, yeah.
Etheria.
For Cecilia, I have another task. But unfortunately, I must speak with Cecilia face to face for that task to be completed.
All right. The moment I see her, I will convey this.
It is my understanding that you no longer have a Serafino.
Well, which is why I'm also looking into Habiba.
Interesting.
She has him.
However, I do hear that you have a very interesting gangrel. One known as Chimek.
Correct.
She stood toe-to-toe with Habiba.
Also correct.
A rare
And I do
feat,
think-
something I could use. Include her in your investigations. Should she prove useful, and I will leave that up to your discretion as to if she is useful, the two of you will become Boniface's new hounds once we have taken this shitty city.
Good to hear.
For
Considering how she
Cecilia,
stood against
she
Habiba,
may take Magdalena's place. Depending on how things go. Tell me of this Cassandra. What is she good at? What does she do?
She's good at fishing out truth. She seems more socially inclined than most of the rest of us, except for Cecilia. Yeah, I do think she has a more, let's call it a cooler head, especially than me, to step back and observe situations a bit more before flying in spear first, sort of, as I tend to do. So yeah, I'm glad to have her around so far. She's also proven us idiots a few times to our faces, so yeah, that is a bit of a reality check.
This is good.
So yeah, I'm glad she's around, as in she might help us save our necks before we even get into trouble. Unlike me, for example. As in, last night have at least learned me that I have to reassess my behavior at the very least, which I'm sort of wanting to work on now.
Well,
I'm blabbering. I'm sorry.
that's fine. It's fine. It's okay for you to blabber. As long as you only blabber in the presence of those who should hear your blathering.
Yeah, this is not the sort of thing I want Habiba to know, for example.
Exactly.
But yeah,
You say she's good with detecting lies and talking.
yes.
Alright. Keep this
And-
between the two of us. I will find something for her to do if she is able to do it adequately. Once she has completed it, I will allow you to let her know that she is in the running for Keeper of Elysium.
That
As long as she
Sounds-
does a good job and does not fuck up.
I will convey this to her. Thank you.
I would like to keep the fact that I am technically in city out of the ears of Mara.
All right.
The only reason I bring this up is because you have spent many nights going to her library.
Yeah, that is correct. As in, I don't believe there's any Assamites in the city that know the ways of blood magic.
Gabriel
Habiba
does.
certainly- Sorry?
Gabriel does.
Oh, yeah, we are currently not on best terms.
Correct.
And as long as this war is going, I would prefer not to improve those terms too much just yet. But yeah,
How has Alexis been since the confirmation of the alliance?
good. For some reason, he's always been good to our coterie. Particularly to Cecilia, I think. Probably particularly because of her. He allows us to use his library as well, so I'm rather glad about that, and Serafina was overjoyed about that. He has a lot of information, a lot of books to pull through, but it's a lot of letters, a lot of languages I don't know, but yeah, it's practical, it's good to have.
Interesting. Very well. You may return to your duties.
Thank you, and I will take a deep bow before leaving.
He turns towards the garden itself. That stereotypical arms behind the back sort of stand as you begin to walk from the garden to the main courtyard to rejoin your party.
Like a teenage girl, the moment I see Cassandra, I sort of take her aside. Ezekiel will make up an extra task for you. If you do that task adequately, in his words, and don't fuck it up, also his words, he will make you Keeper of Elysium when he's Prince. I don't know particularly what that means, but I'm gonna guess that's good.
When he's Prince.
Which is hopefully as soon as the war ends, or well, probably, I assume when he's Prince, or whenever. Maybe sooner, I don't know. I'm terrible at this. This is why usually Cecilia is with us, but yeah. I don't have the mind for politics much.
Again, she'll kind of say this a bit quietly. I was under the impression that is the Lioness not going to step up to that role?
I was as well, which also confuses me, but I don't know. He's probably regent or something in her place. I don't.
Out of character confirmation for Ajala, because this probably would have been explained to you. And I guess you guys maybe just haven't exactly figured it out. The Lioness will become Queen of the Levant.
Oh, yeah.
Technically Prince of all. So, in that case, the cub becomes...
Your not ghoul are probably better at. He's quick with his tongue, I'll give him that, but really he should have a bit more respect.
Rafik isn't mine, but
That's why I said you're not ghoul.
take this as... Let Chibik know that he should be more careful around others, but take this as a chance to practice keeping a cool head.
Right. That is a thing that I'm trying to work on, yes.
Imagine if those above your station talked to you in such a way, you'd have to grin and bear it.
Then I'd
so-
have to bite it down, but he's...
Yeah, so
not.
take this as... I know he's not, but I'm saying take this as practice, and if not so, then ask Chimeg to keep him in tow. Did everything else go well with your lovely talk in the garden?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Ajala, is Rafik isn't...
Rafik is
Kofi
not...
is the other
Yeah.
one, right? It's not
You're thinking of
Kofi.
Kofi. Yeah.
I was thinking it was Kofi that was with us.
I know that you've been thinking it's Kofi the whole time. I just wanted you to run with it because I was just like,
Yeah.
this is too entertaining that he's not getting this.
It's not fucking... It's like...
Right. It's the helmet. I'm sorry. Oh, I
You
wish...
hear from... You hear from
Can we retcon that? Because it's a complete
That's
play.
a long retcon.
Nope. No, we're
Because
not retconning it. Like Cassandra
Kofi is
explicitly
quite
said
different
several times.
visually,
Oh, yeah.
but I couldn't see the
It doesn't
visual
matter.
difference.
Kofi and Rafik, visually completely different, speech
Yep.
pattern completely different.
Attitude-wise, completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coffee has not had 1 ounce of sass on his person
And
since we
Rafik
began.
is like pure
Just
sass.
constantly.
Yeah.
And you had Cassandra explicitly say, "No, this isn't mine," and you were still like,
I
"It's
thought
your
that was
call."
because
It's
you
like,
don't want to
no,
fully ghoul them. I thought it was that.
nope,
Nope.
nope. It's like, no,
Oh,
this isn't.
God.
Nope. We're
So
keeping
as
this in.
Jala is like standing there talking to Cassandra, you have this moment of realization as a familiar face comes around the corner, and you go, "Wait a minute, that's not Kofi, that's Rafik." As he kind of
not your
looks
ghoul,
at you.
I get it now. I'm sorry. They look the same to me very often. Rafik.
Yeah, no, they haven't seen Buck-Truck. I'm not a piece of meat, you know.
Well, be careful because you might end up as one. Anyway, he's going towards the Christian quarter, so I suggest we go that way. Also, by the way, I liked Rafik more because I don't know Kofi enough yet, but Rafik has been fun. So Jala would have had a different attitude to what Rafik doing that slightly. But yeah.
Well, now that you know it's Rafik, but yeah, all right.
Let's head out and go and see if we can find
Okay.
this lost ghoul.
Little side question, very quickly. In the garden and the courtyard, were there any interesting plants that Cassandra may want to purchase for a certain someone?
Perception, alertness.
Give me 2 seconds.
1.
Oi! No, you know what I mean.
Pull.
Oi! Perception, alertness, difficult. Oh, not difficulty 10. What the fuck?
Difficulty 10. Oh Jesus! All right.
Fuck.
1 success. You kind of look around, and unfortunately, what you're looking at is there's like 1 rose bush, a couple of orchids, couple like various different lilies from different regions that are carefully placed away. There's quite clearly like a French patch and like an Italian patch of flowers, but sort of in the moment, sort of hearing the sounds of people talking and drinking and laughing in the background from the guards, knowing that Ajala is in there possibly fucking himself over politically in the garden, and having the sound of Rafik eventually occasionally go up to people and have conversation with them is kind of all distracting you as you're trying to pay attention to multiple things at once, and you just kind of get lost in the flowers and stop caring about what they are as much as they look nice.
Yeah, fair enough. This is more something unique. On that note, though, Cassandra will just kind of say to Ajala, do you think Cecilia would mind you being so open about her family to people?
I don't know. Then again, he is supposed to become our prince, isn't he? And you know I'm bad at shit like this. This is why usually she takes the lead rather than me.
It might be good to maybe, as a group, talk and figure out what we'd like to be known to other people and what we wouldn't be. Just so, I don't know. It might be fine, but just in case.
It's an idea. As in,
Maybe says something like, you know, eh?
and right, I will talk to Chimeg. Maybe, as in, Rafik I like, Kofi is a... I don't know Kofi yet. Still, Rafik should learn a bit. Yes, I know you're standing right here. That's the whole point. I'll turn my head
I was
towards him.
you know, sometimes people forget, you know.
let's get going and hunt.
You know, if we're
Oh, then
going
hot
towards
truck
the
down.
Christian Quarter once more, I mean, we're going to pass right by our territory. You might as well pick up Chimeg.
That's an idea. Let's head there first. Also, speaking of Chimeg, her face just disappeared.
Well, that's fine. Her face will be back.
Alright.
But either way, we are going to take our first break here. So we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. See you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. Alright, so our coterie gathered in the main courtyard of our lovely, lovely citadel. Eventually, the three of you and one dog, as Batu does a couple of circles, barks, and quickly grabs one of the dry pieces of sausage off of the nearby table and runs away with it, begin making your way down the ramp, unless you'd like to get any business done in the citadel that I've missed. Good. Rafik casually leads the way, pretending to be a bodyguard, as the gates open and close behind you, until eventually you are back out into the full streets of Jerusalem once more. It is roughly about 5 a.m. at this point.
We've had a very long talk last night. What time does the sun rise?
7.
Let's head to pick up Chimek quickly and see if we can still find Bucktruck and else turn in for the day. Night. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you want to try the slaughtered ox or the painted lady first?
Painted lady. That's what we basically said to one another.
Okay, fantastic. So right about at the same time, Chimeg, you get done with your conversation with Feather and his companion. The two of them walk out, and as the door swings open and they make a left out of the door, you can see across the street 3 figures, one oddly Rafik-shaped, and the wagging tail of a dog near his knees. And you go, oh yeah, that's them. And the door closes. And it was in that split second that you recognized them.
Alright, if they look like they were heading this way, I'll sit around and wait.
Okay. Do you pose anyway? To be like, I was waiting.
No.
Okay.
Just trying to think about the conversation. And probably she had the necklace. I think she would be fiddling with it and try to think about the word, like the places that the Feather mentioned, and yeah, see if that means anything to her.
Fantastic. So as you sit at your table and begin to ponder and think about the things that were said, the door opens and 3 individuals and 1 happy puppy make their way in. As your feet are quickly circled, and eventually you feel that warm sensation of about 30 pounds of fur just sitting down on, like, the tips of your toes.
Oh,
Rafik.
lean down and give him a scratch.
Rafik makes his way over by you and says, everything went all right. Could have been
That's
better.
it. Did you find Backtrack?
Not yet. He was headed in the direction of the Christian Quarter last. So we could either try to find him still now, or end the night early. I'm sort of afraid of what might happen if he lingers around too long.
The door
And
opens to the tavern once more, and an individual walks in, heavily cloaked, with a long, brown, tattered cloak. And within the holes of the cloak, you can see someone Bucktruck's skin tone, who has a number of scrolls and books wrapped up heavily underneath their left arm.
Serafino?
As he just makes his way upstairs without saying anything.
Does it look like Backtrack?
Make a perception expression. As Ajala, yeah, it's straight up, it seemed like Serafino, but then you're like, Serafino's a crystal heart.
Like, that is not possible. Even if he was turned back, he would look different, although... Perception? Something?
Expression, I think. If it's
Expression,
perception.
that's not something I'm good in. Can
Hmm.
I use my heightened senses to try and
Sure.
recognize them? Alright then. Ooh, so I can't see. Ooh,
That was
4
Bucktrock
successes.
pretending to be Serafino.
Right, time for an intervention.
Right. Yes, tell him.
Jala says, and he gets up and follows him upstairs.
So, you get up, you begin making your way upstairs. Batu kind of stands, looks around confusedly, and then begins... takes a quick glance at Chimag to look to see if you want him followed. And Rafik kind of just stares as Ajala makes his way towards the stairs.
You okay?
That was Bucktrock. I'm gonna intervene before this gets any worse.
Alright.
And I follow him up the stairs.
You make your way up the stairs. You watch as he shakily enters into the doorway to his bedroom.
I try to get in there before he closes it.
Okay. So, you manage to catch the door just as he's about to enter. And he looks over. Ajala, yes? How can I help?
Look at yourself, man. You're a mess. What is going on?
I'm dealing with it. Yeah.
Yes, no, let's get inside. We're gonna deal with this.
Okay. Alright. He steps in. Opens the door wide enough for you to slip in yourself. Quickly closes it behind
also
you as you
can't come.
step in. Oh. Almost gets to closing it before he sees the face of Chimag and he squeaks it back open.
How
Goes to
exactly are
close
you
it again
dealing
and he
with
sees
it?
Rafik standing at the door, so he opens it again. And quickly you see the floofy tail of one Batu squeeze her way in as well as the door finally closes. Unless Cassandra knocks.
If anybody would have looked like that they wanted her to come,
You just
I
saw
mean,
people starting to
mhm.
disappear up the stairs in a conga line.
Jella sort of looks surprised when Megan and Rafik enter. Wait, what are you guys doing here?
What do you mean?
Like, as I said, I was going to deal with his current state.
Oh. So we were all dealing with it?
Wait, what?
Sorry, what did you say? How are you dealing with it, Bucktruck?
Close the door behind. As we talked about, somebody's going to have to take him over for the time being, and since Cecilia's not here, as in, we can't have him go on like this. As in, look at him. Now he's pretending to be Serafino. He's
No,
that.
this is just Serafino's whole outfit that he gave to me. I'm not pretending to be. I just needed to go get a few things. That's all.
What did you get?
Kind of hands over the various different scrolls and books that he has, and you can see a couple of the books are mainly just small journals where he's made notes of individuals that he's run into. The scrolls themselves, what languages do you speak?
Turkic, Egyptian, and what's the third one? Oh, I forgot the name of it. Latin. It's called Latin.
Latin. Oh, okay, yeah. Some of the scrolls you aren't able to read, but looking over them, they have like very intricate drawings of people's faces, like scary, almost completely exactly lifelike drawings of people's faces, and then it has a couple of notes next to it in a language you don't understand.
Would you mind, Bucktrock, taking off the hood for a second?
He takes off the hood.
How druggy does he look?
I mean, he he looks a little paler than normal. He has like the first couple of rings of bags under his eyes. His hair is a little disheveled. But outside of that, he looks like Buck Truck. With
Does
a really
he sort of-
shitty cloak
Yeah,
on.
he looks sort of not like him usual self.
Mm.
Backrock, how long ago was it that Serafina fed you last?
I don't remember.
This is the problem that I'm talking about. I'll look over at Chimeg.
Great.
I don't like seeing him like this, as in... It's bothering me. In a sense, like, I feel like he's not doing well for himself right now, and I'm sorry to say this where you are standing at, Backtrack, but it certainly looks like that.
Yeah.
Be all right. You know, I'll get over it eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Somehow.
will be alright. Because we will help you to be alright.
I cut my wrist, basically, and I hold it out to Backtrack.
Kind of looks at it and goes, "Well, at least it's not Cecilia." And he'll go ahead and take a point of blood.
Yes. After that point of blood, when he gets back up, I do sort of want to give him a good look over, see if he's twitching or anything, because we did hear some rumors about mixing blood, but...
You don't see any switching or anything like that. You see a little bit of the color returns to his face. You notice that his posture wasn't right, and it doesn't really come into full fruition until he sort of stands up straight again. And other than that, he still looks disheveled, but that's just currently because of the way he's dressed and the fact that he clearly hasn't had any sleep, and his hair hasn't been taken care of in the last 2 days.
Look, get a proper night's sleep in all day like us. Go to a bathhouse, get yourself cleaned up, okay?
Okay. Alright, I can do that.
Quick question to you though, before I go. Never mind,
No,
we'll
ask
talk
the question.
tomorrow.
What
Question
did-
was, as in, I heard from Serafina that he fed from you as well. Did he usually do that when he gave you the blood, or how did that work?
Sometimes win, sometimes other times.
Do you think you could handle it right now? No, you need
Don't
to
know.
rest up, as in, fluff my hunger, I'll deal with it. I go towards the door, I turn one more time around and point him straight at the face, rest. And I open the door and I leave.
Okay. Chimeg, Rafik, and Batu all just stand there.
He stands there for a moment and then... Alright. Don't get in trouble. She'll walk out.
As Chimeg walks out, Rafik kind of looks at him and says, "I don't know, don't do drugs or something?" And he walks out. And Batu stops in front of the doorway and looks back at him. And walks out.
Weird buck truck intervention.
Door
Zella
eventually
will appear
closes
back
behind
downstairs
him.
in the room.
Okay.
Common room. Sorry if that took a few minutes. We should have Buckstruck back with us soon. In normal way, like not tonight, as in you get what I'm saying, and I'll sit down at the table.
So get this, Chimeg. He thought I was Kofi.
Hmm. Well, you do look kind of alike.
I'm
No, they
much
don't.
more
I will
handsome than
say.
Kofi. Thank you very much. And he kind of looks hurt when you say that.
Ajala shakes his head and is like, no, they don't look alike. The only reason why Ajala fucked this up, or why I did fuck this up, is because my player is not 100% right now. You'll say. Ignore that, as in it doesn't make sense. Anyway. Right.
But now
Morning is sort of approaching. Are we still doing something tonight? Because I sort of want to turn in for the day.
I found Feather.
Good to hear.
Where did it go?
Not sure. I think it went well. I did say to let them know that there was a space for them and that they should consider going here and that there might be a bit of money in it for them. And I also did feed them a bit blood. Which I'm not certain if I regret or not, but there we are.
Well, see it as this. Consider it like an extra insurance for them to come this way, perhaps.
Oh yes, I'm not a fan of, it's doing that out of the blue. And better if they have the choice to, but I need to protect the people I already have.
There's no necessary,
Yes.
no necessity to develop the bond further if you don't feel like it.
I suppose.
Also, where's that little rat of mine? And I'm looking around for Cat.
Make me perception alertness.
Whoop, rolls, dice, perception. Oh, that's also on expression right now. Of course, there's 3 things on expression for some reason. LOL! When it comes to her, I'm like oblivious or something. 3 1s, fantastic.
Oh my god. 8 die.
9 dice,
0 success.
0 successes.
You must
If
seek
you-
Rafik for cats.
Yeah, it is really not his. It's not his observing day today.
Just can't seem to focus tonight for some reason, and all the faces within the establishment just kind of become a blur of just meh.
It's that same lady's headache, as in it is still following me. He will say out loud at the table.
What was that even?
I try to do something that I'm supposed to be able to do, but it doesn't. It works on and I will point at. He open a hand at Rafik, as in it does work for him because he's just him. But apparently, when I do it to more powerful entities, it sort of gets blocked off or something, and it sort of comes as a rushing headache from their direction.
As you say, it's him. Rafik kind of gives that silent "what the fuck" look. Sorry, go ahead.
And I will look after the entire thing tonight. I'm not sure if giving a wing at Rafik would be a good idea at this point, but yeah. As in, I'm not myself today, Rafik. As in, you've noticed.
Uh huh.
I apologize.
You're very out of it. I don't know why.
It's because I'm hungry and got a massive headache.
I
You'll
mean,
say.
I don't know if it's.
No,
'Cause-
hungry.
Are you also on liquid diet?
You can manage both.
I think we all are in a sense.
Oh
Or
boy,
what do you
let me
mean?
sit down. And Rafik kind of parts his hair back a little bit and just dusts himself off a little bit, sits down. Look at me. You can't always be on this liquid diet shit, alright? It does not work out in the end. You have to have a little something solid every once in a while. Huh?
Like, all the time, it just doesn't do anything.
Well, have you tried it with your usual eating method, like doing both? All right, how about this? I'll go into market. I'll get a few very good rare cuts of beef. I'll bring it back. We try it out on you. We see how it goes, huh? Get some
Perfect.
protein on the bones.
Perfect.
None of the cook stuff.
But by the way, little thing, but Jala weighs quite a bit. I've noticed in his description. So he's also quite a muscly dude. He's not just he's not a.
No, you're not a twig.
He's not
Yeah.
stringy.
But clearly, it's not so much that you're underweight in his mind, or that you're lacking in most sense. It's just that you seem to be very much off your game in the moment. So Rafik is sort of putting that to clear that he needs protein. He needs protein.
Yeah, we will work on that. As in, I guess I feel like that anyway. Perhaps it's a good idea before bed.
Yeah. You get this, yes.
Right.
You see, Chimeg, if you continue to eat, while you eventually you become that, but not, you are smarter than that, but.
What is he on about?
I have no idea, but I'm kind of liking it.
Yeah, I guess. I guess there's plenty to talk about. Shall we talk tomorrow about that? I don't know.
In canon, every time a cat's tail goes in front of anybody's face, it's just Batu's tail going in front of someone's face.
He's made his way onto the table at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Eating from
Batu
Some
basically
leftover
gets to
something
do
from
whatever she
previous
wants.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
can discuss after some sleep.
Yeah.
I do intend to stay here, though, tonight, as I mentioned earlier.
And I wave. I should really start to learn these from heart by now.
Fatma?
I wave Fatma over.
It's okay. I forgot Fatma's name for a long time until you continued to say it. And now that I've got it, it's like, how do you not remember Fatma? Even though I didn't remember it for a long time.
Yeah,
But Fatma
I think
comes
that
over.
Cecilia's the worst one
Mm,
of this evening. Like,
Yeah.
forgetting Cecilia's
absolutely.
name.
Fatma makes his way over. Yes.
Rafik here will go out and cook us some end of the night dinner. However, I had a question for, is there still a room available for me? It's in, the first one's a bit full.
I can make some arrangements here.
Very cool, thank you. Also, have you seen Kat? Where is she?
Who's right there? And he points over to one of the tables, and there she is. She's literally sitting there, like, curled up at a corner table, like, in a bit of a ball with a bunch of various different cloaks, like, on top of her, eating from a bowl that has, like, some oatmeal-looking gruel in it.
Right. I'll... Thank you. I am really out of sorts, he'd say, and he will straighten up in his seat and sort of rub his temples. Thank you. And if you would excuse me for like 3 minutes,
Sure.
and I'll stand up and I'll walk to Kat. I'll ask her up to her room in this case, if she's fine with that.
Okay, so as the Jala disappears and does this, she will, of course, let you go up there. You watch as Fatma kind of looks towards Chimeg and Cassandra and goes, "Is he okay?"
Not certain. I think so.
And Rafik kind of looks up at him and says, "No, he is totally not okay. I mean, something is wrong. Something is really wrong. I mean, he called me Kofi all night. I mean, I get it. But, jeez."
You're not gonna let this go for the next century or 3, right? Damn.
Rafik certainly won't.
Yeah.
And Fatma kind of looks down and goes, "Who's Kofi?"
Don't worry about it. Do I have any messages? Did anybody come over?
Message received from the wonderful woman.
So I missed her again. How long ago?
Not by very long. It was right around the time that Chimeg made her way in. But I've told there will be something here in the morning for you.
Oh,
I don't know if it's a letter or a package. I don't know. That's all I was told. It's for you. It will arrive in the morning. Send up to her room. Those were words.
no letter, nothing else to go on. Nowhere to meet. Okay.
So can I ask where you found the rice wine? I mean, I know that you said to stop doing the imports, but if we limit our imports down to just the... And this conversation kind of continues as we go up to Jala with Kat. So, boss, welcome to my room. And you can see that she's
Thank
got
you.
like various little knickknacks that are shoved away in little corners, and looks like she's working her way into cutting into the wall to make a little cubby hole.
Right. Apologies in advance, and I just try to grab her and bite her in the neck.
Whoa, 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 whoa. And you bite into her.
I'm gonna take 2 blood points.
Hmm.
So
She
that-
slowly goes limp in your arms.
How limp?
Relatively limp, but still warm.
Okay, and then I will feed her again 1 point of my blood.
Alright, fantastic.
How does she seem out of sorts?
So- As you sort of finish feeding her, she goes, "What? What happened?"
I'll explain later, I'm sorry.
You're not so
Well, no.
rosy.
Sit down.
She
You're
goes to
mine
sit
now.
down and she like misses the chair
Oh,
by
I
a
tried to
solid
catch
foot.
her. Can I catch her on time?
Sure, absolutely. You have high enough stats. I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. But you go ahead and you catch on to her and okay.
Right, I haven't... Oh, yes. It was not that many nights... How many nights ago was it last time that I fed on her? Just a quick reminder.
It hasn't been that long.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Earlier this night.
Yeah, it might have been.
What was it?
No. It wasn't earlier this
Feels
night. It
forever
was
since it was
Wasn't that
before
when you
the
found
war,
her?
but it was a lot of sessions before the war, but I forget how little
Yeah.
nights have passed. It feels forever, but yeah.
so 5 nights ago, I think is. Yeah, I think about
which is
5 nights
short
ago.
time. Usually we need to wait about a week, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you're gonna feel a bit out of sorts for a bit. I'm sorry about that.
Why does that keep happening?
I'm terribly sorry. I forgot it was not that long ago. Sit down, and I'll sit her down on her bed.
Yeah.
You like schemes, don't you?
Sure, I like running them.
You've just become part of a much bigger one.
Great.
I'm gonna rely on your capacity to keep some secrets in the future as well.
All right.
The group I'm hanging with and me were not normal people.
Sure. Pyramid Scheme 101.
I will smile at her and I say, I mean something else, and I grow my fangs as I'm smiling that.
Okay. I'm gonna make a roll real quick.
Ready, by the way, to cover a mouth with a hand if needed.
she kind of watches as you grow the fangs, and she goes, "Neat parlor trick, bud. I mean, really impressive. Don't get me wrong, but can I get some of those?"
I will open my mouth wide and I'll say, feel them, see how fake they are.
I'm sure they are some of the best prosthetic wax you can get in the city, but I'm not gonna go rooting around in your mouth. It's a little weird, a little kinky. I'm not exactly into that yet.
As cute as you are for a girl, I'm sorry, but no, we're not going to do anything kinky.
That's fine. I'm more into Chimag anyways.
Good to hear.
Although
quickly
that
checking
Rafik
something.
dude has been around her for a while now, and he's kind of irritating. But I guess I could include him in future plans.
He's going to be part of our future plans. He's like you, bound to someone.
Wow, we're getting extracurricular with our pyramid scheme talk, huh? All right.
Yep, we are. This is the third level of blood I've given her, by the way.
Yeah.
How to show this to you?
Look, you're cute and all, boss. And I know we're not going to do anything, but you can tell me the truth. You don't have to continue this whole pyramid charade, however they say it.
I sort of get my short sword and I pull a length of a deep long cut over my arm.
Okay. Right. That is awesome. And she kind of goes over and she starts. Do you let her grab onto your hand?
Yep.
Okay, she grabs onto your hand. And she's like, "How did you get it to do that? That is."
After
that's
he's studying it, I
level.
let the wound grow closed again.
No. You control that. That's awesome. I have got to get me some of the. Where did you get these prosthetics? I mean, I've never seen anything this good, even with some of the best waxwork.
That's right. To start with.
Uh-oh.
What? Uh-oh.
My roll 20 went kaput, and then
Camera as well.
now my camera's gone kaput. Hold on.
Uh-oh. There we are. Oh, no. Yep. There we are.
All right, fantastic. Sorry about that, folks. We're back. So what was the last thing you heard from me?
Just that waxworks.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I've never seen any waxwork this good.
I sort of glare at her through tiny eyes and be like, right, either you're really out of it right now. Yeah, I've done this too short in a row. I'll pat her on the head. You get some rest. We'll talk when you're feeling better. You're okay, right?
I'm fine. I mean, you know, like I said, you don't have to lie to me, man. I mean, shit.
I will not lie to you. I'm not... I have no idea about medicine. How terrible does she look?
Go ahead and give me a wits medicine roll.
It's gonna be a pure wits roll.
Yeah.
Because I have no medicine whatsoever. Frankie, get out of the way. I don't see you.
Hold on, I've got to try and... These cameras are all fucked up on my thing,
One
so-
success. Because I can't tell with the cat in front of it.
One success. All right, fantastic. I will be right back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
All
I-
right. Fantastic. All right. Cameras are still a little borked, but that's fine. So, one success. She's not gonna die, right? Nah. She'll be fine. She'll be fine.
You know what? I cut open the wrist that I just grows close again and I hold it to her mouth.
Okay. How many
I'm
points you
giving her
willing
an
to give?
extra point of blood and hope that it will
Alright.
speed up the healing process.
Okay, fantastic. Oh, alright, we're doing this again. Mmm, tasty. Yeah, hold on, I need to make another roll for her. Ah, shit. What my rolls got? 4, D10. Oh, god damn it. I mean, it's great. Whatever, is that like... I think there's raspberries in there and... Good on the
Okay,
copper
what do you
tones. The copper tones are great.
Yes, raspberries. You
Hmm.
heal up a bit, okay? Because you're probably
Did you put
more
turmeric in there?
Sorry?
You put turmeric in there? How'd you make that?
I've
like-
no clue.
A ginger
Either
snap
go,
cookie and a
red
raspberry
dot,
pie
get
met each
strong.
other and...
Make sure that you get better. And
Good
Shush.
thing, boss.
I
Aye,
walk out of the room.
Capitan. Toodaloo!
Have a good one.
Bring
Yeah, she's
more
probably due to the blood
props!
loss. And I go back downstairs to the rest, and as I sit down at the table for dinner, I'm like, I'm done with dealing with ghouls for today.
Hmm.
What is a ghoul?
You're done.
It
Oh, G-Mag, cat fancies you.
what?
Well, that's too bad.
Anyway, ghoul is what we call someone who has shared our blood.
Ah, okay, so... I prefer better than human, though.
Me too.
I do too. I'll get some sort of alcohol and just drink it.
Pick up some poor drunk person's ale next to your table, take it away from them as they sort of go away, and pass that on the table. And
So, Rafiq, what are you gonna cook for us?
I have the thing. I don't have any money on me. Should Fatma? What do you have in the
Can
kitchen?
have some.
And Fatma starts like listing off what he has in the kitchen. He says, "Are you sure you don't have flour? I need flour." And Fatma like looks around and says, "No, I don't have any flour. Sorry, bud. Yeah, I need money for flour."
Place of gold on the table.
All right, thank you very
G-Mag
much.
is also. Here, take this as well, and she'll push over 10 gold. Just in case you need stuff.
Oh. And he takes it and he kind of carefully places the pouch that you gave him the 10 gold in away. Places the other gold coin that Ajala gave him in a completely different pocket, haphazardly. All right, I'll be right back. And he leaves.
As far as Ajala and I am concerned right now, he will just banter for the rest of the night and eat.
Mhm.
And then go to bed, but he will also, like G-Mag did, try to recall memories. Now, just after the war, he's going to look at that coin, he's going to fondle with that blue ribbon as well at the end of the night before sleeping.
Fantastic.
I actually have one more thing I'd like to do, but was there a blacksmith somewhere nearby?
Ajala will tell you that there is one where we ordered the special armor.
Yeah, there's
Right.
one in Tel Aviv, but I mean, there's technically one
The
here
Pauldron.
within the Christian Quarter, but they are not for weapons. They are for like horseshoes and nails and hinges to doors, things like that.
There was one in our territory that we had working on pauldrons with pentagrams.
Yeah, wasn't there like an
That
arm?
is, oh, yep, that is correct. Forgot about that one. That one also exists. My bad.
Well, I would want to head over there, and because Cecilia asked me to fix 10 suits of armors. So she will get that.
What kind of
Ball
armor
rolling.
are there?
There were knight armors, and it was a little bit because it wasn't specifically for anyone at this moment. It was more like a general
Ready.
order that would be fitted later, if that was possible.
Is this the armor from the Templars? Is that the armor that we're talking about?
No, she wants us to make a order for new ones.
Oh, she wants you to make an order for new ones. I thought you were getting the
Before
Armor
she
from
left
the-
town.
No.
dead Templars repaired. Okay. Yeah, that would be possible. For 10 sets of armor, do you want textile, cloth, heavy?
Knight armor was
Okay, so
the
the heaviest they could
specific.
make. Okay.
yeah
So like a full suit of chainmail. Alright.
best knight armor.
You want
10
10?
of them. How much does it cost me?
It's gonna cost a lot.
Do you have the temporary founts? Can I use those?
Sure, you can use that. If you want to go ahead and use the temporary dots and resources to cover the cost.
Both of them, or?
For the 10 armors?
Oh, I had 3 actually, temporary.
Yeah, you have 3 temporary dots and resources. 1 dot will cover it. That's still not enough to consume a dot, so you're good. And it would have cost roughly around 40 gold.
Okay. So I should keep 3 then, or?
Yeah, you still keep your 3 dots and resources.
Yeah, she will just do that and then return. She would want to spend the night in the well again, though. I don't know what the rest is planning.
Well,
I'm staying at the Painted Lady.
as conversation continues, eventually, Rafik would return, go into the kitchen, and start working away at some food.
Does Ender want to say something? But you're muted.
Ah,
No, I was going to, but it continued. I was going to say Cassandra would have, since there's time, probably checked in on Coffee if he's in the other pub, not too far from there. And after that, she'd like to speak to some locals at the Painted Lady, get any gossip when they're pretty. I'm guessing at this point, pretty close to wasted.
fantastic. All right, go ahead and give me perception, hearth, wisdom. Let's see what gossip you can get off these fuckers.
I don't know. Do I have that?
Your hearth wisdom. Hold on. Cassandra amnesia stuff. Hearth wisdom will be all the way at the bottom. Wisdom. Hearth wisdom is a 0.
Okay, so it's just perception. Damn
Oh,
it! Come on, like social.
Most
was it
people don't
perception
have
you said?
hearth wisdom. Yeah.
Come on, social. Come on, social manipulations. God damn it! So it'll just be perception, right? Just that. Yeah.
Two successes.
2 successes. Here's what you get. You get the daring tale of the fall of Littlefinger in this part of the Christian Quarter, and how a vigilante of the night ran through and beat either to death or nearly to death all of his followers as the Dark Night rises. You get the You get a wonderful tale about how you don't fuck with the cinnamon lady because the cinnamon lady runs it all. We're not sure what the cinnamon lady does. We just know you don't fuck with the cinnamon lady. Let's see. You got. Was it just the 110 or 2 10s in there? Hold on. It's just the 110.
110.
Okay. Oh boy, what else to give you? Oh, and you get a story about a glistening woman who's recently appeared and
Yep.
has been hanging around the Muslim Quarter, and suddenly her streets are getting a lot cleaner. Her part of the city is getting a lot cleaner, and no one knows why.
When they say her part of the city, what do they mean? As in, like, that part of the Muslim Quarter?
Like that exact part of the Muslim Quarter, like the single block that she's always seen on, talking to like random individuals on. Just for some reason, all the crime's been going down. Most of the graffiti is gone now. It's weird.
Witch?
Friend. Don't call my friends witches. And coffee. Is coffee at the pub? Or is he still out and about?
Coffee is not at the pub right now, unfortunately. No, looking at the time.
Okay.
Sure. If you were to ask about his whereabouts, the bartender would let you know that he does have a little note for you, and that little note would simply say, "I'm currently out with the inspector for the house."
Fantastic. And then, yeah, she'll head on back and just, let the others know that she intends to stay at the Painted Lady for the night.
I'm
Just,
staying here too. For the day. Yeah.
That's safe.
they got extra bodies. It'd just be good to, every so often, stay to keep
So.
up appearances.
Right.
Not long after Cassandra arrives back at the Painted Lady, the delicious smell of food begins to waft from the kitchens as the door swings wide open and Rafik, in a dark brown apron with several platters of food on 2 large trays, makes his way over to your table and sets down a shepherd's pie for each of you.
So
Beautifully
pretty.
created.
Sorry.
Hmm?
Nothing.
I know where
I'm
it's from.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, so English.
Uh-huh. So, what do you think? I just threw some things together that I thought might be interesting.
Make a bit of a cut in it with a knife and try to smell it.
Smells fantastic.
John
And you can
just
tell
did.
that it's like he slightly cooked the meat, but it's at that stage of like rare where just the thin layer of the outside looks cooked, but it's all juicy, beautiful pink on the inside.
So if you're gonna make food for a vampire, this is how you would do it.
How does it smell for She-Make?
Oh, it smells fantastic for you too.
Okay. Hmm.
Jala just digs in and thanks him.
Thank you. It looks so hearty. Maybe we should take this up to our rooms though, because I'm just looking like, to give Chimek a chance to maybe
Yeah.
try and keep it down if she wants to.
Probably a good idea.
I'll be up when I finish this. And Jala just continues eating at the table. He's not gonna take a break now.
Yeah, fantastic. He's like nodding his head along as Chimag, you go ahead and take your plate and you go upstairs away from prying eyes. All right. As he watches you doing that, he's like, I am glad you like the food. And he sort of pats you on the shoulder, Jolly. He says, this is good repayment for you calling me Kofi all this time. I will leave you alone about it now. See you soon. And he sort of quickly takes off the apron, slings it around one of the stools, makes his way up the stairs, trying to follow behind Chimeg to see if she likes it.
No.
So, Cassandra, I assume that you're going with Chimeg as well? So the two
Yeah,
of
yeah.
you make your way upstairs, you get to the room, and it's like not long after you get to the room, you hear do from the stairs as someone quickly runs up, and there's like this almost this skidding sound that comes from the hallway as the door slightly creaks open. And Rafiq's eye kind of pokes in. Did she like it? She hasn't even bitten into it yet.
Let's just. Good food needs to be savoured. We can't just rush it and wolf it down like some people.
Like a Jala.
It's an art form. We need to give it the appreciation it deserves.
Okay. He carefully closes the door. And then the door opens once more as Batu quickly makes her way in and just wags her tail, and then the door closes behind Batu.
Rafik in the room or outside?
Nope, he's outside. He's eagerly waiting
Alright.
outside.
Just get in here.
Okay.
Can't promise
door-
I'm gonna keep it down though.
The door opens and he quickly makes his way in, closes the door behind him, and he's like a giddy little girl. He's like just sitting in the corner watching.
Yeah. And yeah, Chimeg is gonna try to eat it, and she will try to keep it down this time.
Okay.
So I'll
you go ahead.
spend a willpower.
Spend a point of willpower, and you manage to keep it down. It's... I mean, personally for you, it's an interesting texture, actually. I mean, you get that beautiful taste of, like, blood rushing into you, but at the same time, you still get, like, this normal person feeling. It's kind of weird. It's just like, yeah, this is what it's like to... This is what it should be like to eat. And then, as you finish chewing on the first bite and you actually swallow some, you immediately get this urge to puke it all up. But you hold it in as it sits at, like, the bottom of your throat, and you just... Ugh. And it does go down.
Yeah, it's good.
So the question becomes, do you actually finish the shepherd's pie?
Well, she'll try to eat a decent amount,
Uh-huh.
so it looks that Rafik looks satisfied, more or less.
Okay.
And if she feels though that she can't keep it down anymore, she will stop.
Okay, fantastic. So, with some finagling and some willpower, eventually you do manage to get a majority of the shepherd's pie down. And both of you can go ahead and regain a point, all three of you can go ahead and regain a point of willpower. If Cassandra also decides to eat the shepherd's pie.
Yeah.
Alright,
Also,
fantastic.
don't forget the point from the start of the game, because I forgot to mention it.
I'm
And you'll
full
also
now.
gain a point of blood.
Nice.
That's always useful.
I mean, good cook pays, apparently.
So, with the pies completely eaten, or in some of your cases, mostly eaten, eventually he goes over it and he collects the dishes and he goes, how was it?
It was very good, actually.
It's good. It's good. It's good. He kind of blushes and looks excited as you say that. Perhaps in the future, Camel meet Casca. But we'll get there. We'll work our way there. One thing at a
I'll
time.
try it.
Uh, looks over at Cassandra. And any comments from you? Perhaps any additions that you think I should make, or?
Is I'm gonna assume that Cassandra doesn't remember any food that she likes from before, so I don't think she'll know of any. Has there been any recipes in her travels that she really likes?
There have probably been a few recipes that you really like in your travels. Although I think it's one of those situations where it's like, man, I really like this. Hey Bart, what was this called? I don't know. I just fucking cooked it. That's probably what you ran into. So yeah.
She'll go into detail about how much she loves what he made for them tonight, because she did. She really enjoyed it, so it's really hearty and it was fantastic. And then she'll kind of describe, since she doesn't remember what it's called or know the recipe, she'll describe various flavors and textures that she's encountered in her travels with Bart and whatnot that she'd also be interested in how he uses.
So like a very rich curry. Interesting. I shall have to give a try to this. Yes. Interesting. I never thought to use chili in that amount, though. That is quite spicy for the palate, but I think it could be done. Yes.
I like things with a kick, yeah.
All right, fantastic. Well, it takes your plates and quickly rushes out and makes his way towards the bottom of the stairs. Looks at you, Ajala, comes over to get your plate. Takes whatever is left in your plates, scrapes them all into one. There's nothing left in yours. Okay, great. Takes whatever is left in your 2 plates, scrapes them all into one, goes into the back room, takes some wine, some red wine, pours that over, pours a little bit of that over it, and then takes some almost gone bread, some close to going bread, and just the insides of that, puts it into the bowl, runs back upstairs, and then puts it in front of Batu. And that is what Batu eats, as Rafik kind of says, I will go ahead and retire to my room. Alright, because I'm assuming Rafik, unless Rafik does not have a separate room from you.
I don't actually know. But I think actually Chimek would ask if he could share the room with her and guard
Gladly.
her during the day.
Gladly is all he'll say.
Good. Well, I will be out of it during the day, so wake me up if something happens. Might be difficult to wake up though.
In that case, since you gave him those instructions, what he'll actually do is, after he gives Batu the food, he'll make his way back downstairs. He'll get himself a nice clean stool. He'll bring that up into the room along with 2 buckets of water, and an empty chamber pot, and also one of the bundles of bolts and a crossbow. And he'll just set himself up.
When did you sleep lastly?
I got a little bit of sleep when you left me and Kofi alone.
Alright, go to sleep. I'll manage.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Grabs a blanket, kind of moves himself still back into his stool, just leans against the wall, covers himself with the blanket.
Just take the bed, I don't need it.
No,
And she's gonna put down a cloak on the floor.
You know, if as long as you don't mind, you could. The bed is large enough for two. I could just like sit in the corner.
That's not very. How are you gonna sleep like that?
I'll be fine.
Actually, we could just do this, and she's gonna turn into. She's gonna spend the blood to turn into her wolf form and hound form, and yeah, lie in the like lower by the
That works.
end of the bed.
Yeah, that works. That works. Getting comfortably makes his way to the bed. Does his best to make sure that he's not nudging you with his feet or anything. You just over the next 10 minutes, you just hear, yeah, this works. This works as he slowly makes his way to sleep. He does not snore, by the way.
Mm.
He's completely silent.
Is he sleeping? Or is he
Would
pretending?
you like to do perception awareness? Or sorry, perception alertness. Difficulty 7. Unless you're going to physically get up and check him.
Sniff him in dog form.
One success.
So,
You assume that he is sleeping.
alright. Then I'm gonna go into. Well. Torpor? Is that what it's called even when we sleep?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
So. You all come to rest. Unless anybody would like to stay up during the day. As I look
No.
towards Jala, yes?
Quick question, I would go into the room of Cat and just check if she's not feverish or too cold or something.
She is not feverish or cold. But she is, like, wrapped up heavily.
Right. I'll sit next to her and go into torpor there using or fiddling with the coin and the blue
Okay.
ribbon on my way to sleep.
So. Cassandra. Are there any plans you would like to make as the sun rises?
No, she will just retire into her room that she has barely been in apart from dumping stuff. Like, she'll fall asleep, but she'll, be quite eager to keep an ear out for this package. But if she doesn't see it until she wakes up, that's also fine. She hasn't got any other plans apart from just resting after spending half the previous day awake reading. So.
Fantastic. So. Some time passes. And eventually. The sun. Yes.
I'm going to spend 5 blood and a willpower.
I figured as much. Because you do. What are you down to, like 1 now? Or are you up to 2?
I still have 2 aggravated damage
2. Okay.
after this.
Fantastic. You spend the required amount of blood and willpower to get that aggravated damage away, because it takes a long time. You're in
2 more
pain.
nights, people. 2 more nights.
For Chimeg, snoring doesn't begin until 3 hours after you think he's asleep.
Oh.
And it's not very loud snoring, it's like very light snoring. Because you're semi-conscious of events that take place around you in this state, you would also know that at one point he does get up and seems to search the entire room. And when he's satisfied, goes right back into the position that it was in and falls asleep in like 3 minutes flat.
Did it seem like something woke him up? Or Like he woke up naturally? Can I
Like
tell?
he woke up. Give me. This is a little hard in your current state. So give me perception, expression, difficulty 7. No, difficulty 8, unfortunately, because you are like out of it really. Yeah, you're not sure what caused him to stir, but he didn't seem. What I'll give you is he didn't seem angry, upset, or confused when he got up.
Okay.
you would-
Batu didn't react in any of those ways as well.
Correct, yeah. Cassandra, eventually a knock would come to your door.
What time is it? Like, or is it how late does it feel?
You look out towards
Do I have
the
a
door.
window in my room?
Yeah, no. You look out towards the door, and you can see that there's visible sunlight in the hallway. So, somewhere around 10, 11 a.m.?
No, as much as she would love to just like this packages right away. There could be a girl. She ain't gonna do this. I
You
want.
You just watch as something gets slightly wedged towards the bottom of the door as the sunlight disappears at the bottom of the door. And then you hear the sound of footsteps making their way back down the hall and down the stairs again. Jala,
Missing.
as he's making coffee, I'm waiting. Yes, you. Welcome
Sorry.
to Transylvania. Anyways, so, Jala, as you drift into sleep, eventually, you would get this feeling almost like the ribbon falls out of your hand. And that would extend to just this ever-present feeling of falling. And then a soft impact as you lightly come to rest. What feels like at the bottom of something sandy? Your eyes would rush open and you would begin to see the pearlescent blue of the sea in front of you. Dozens of small schools of fish and other underwater life make their way around you as a small coral shark passes by. You don't panic as the coral shark goes by, and a second one passes from behind you and rubs against your back. You just simply sit there for a few seconds. You can see a dark figure next to you. Smaller, humanoid, probably a child in there. 8 to 10-year-old range. You look towards this dark figure and you give a quick smile for the two of you. Continue on and you swim a little bit through a tiny bit of this coral reef that you've come to land near. And you point a few things out and you quickly grab on to one of the fish. And the two of you start darting your way up. Till eventually you break the surface of the water as the sun grows closer and closer. And you feel the warm air rush onto your face as you break through the surface of the water. You can see the sandy beaches populated with dozens of people in front of you. And the small, dark figure of that child pops up next to you excitedly and says something, but every word that is spoken is muffled and twisted and warped for some reason. Whatever it said, you laugh, and the two of you begin swimming closer and closer to shore as a small fishing boat just makes its way by, with three individuals just paddling away. You say something to one of the individuals on the fishing boat, but you can't really tell what it is, but they sort of just laugh as well, and also you hear your name spoken by one of the individuals on board. You and this child eventually get to the shore, take the fish in hand, and you hand it over to them, and you eagerly begin running your way towards what looks like a large group of sandcastles that's covered with dozens of kids who are just working their way at making as many and as large of a sandcastles as they can. You quickly point over to them, and you have a little giggle, and the kid you're with grabs on carefully to the fish that they're holding and holds it up above their head and yells out. There's a cheer of applause from the other kids, a couple of giggles, and the memory ends. So, everyone go ahead and mark me off a point of blood for waking up the next night. As your bodies once again begin to pick back up their normal senses of the night, your hearing expands. Feeling sort of returns to your fingers and toes as you kind of stretch and get that odd, slight feeling of paralysis that is overtaken by your stretching muscles. Chimeg, you at first feel a little odd because you can hear the sound of 2 heartbeats instead of the usual 1 in your room. But quickly your mind muddles its way through, oh, that's right, as you look around the room, seeing if anything's been disturbed. You can see that Rafik has placed the stool precariously against the door to make sure that if anyone even tried it, they'd have to break the stool in the process. You can also see that it looks like he brought an extra blanket in and has just draped it across you.
Thought I was cold.
So, as you all wake up, you all do notice a little bit of an extra nip in the air, a little bit of extra bite of coolness. Judging by the temperature, you'd guess it's probably somewhere around... Oh god, you guys use Celsius, don't you? Shit, hold on. Your DM's gotta look that up. One second. It's probably somewhere around 3 degrees Celsius.
Ooh, that's cold.
That's cold.
As you feel that nip of the air bite into you a little bit as you get out of your beds. Sandra. As you stir, you wake, you get up. You can see there's clearly a piece of some sort of brown parchment that is partially shoved into your door. It's not a
Oh.
it's not a letter. It looks like it's something that's like large, but they wanted to make sure that you got a hold of it, so they like halfway wedged it into the door so that you would definitely get a hold of it.
Shall I open the door and retrieve it?
You open the door and it kind of like drags the parchment with it because it's wedged in there so well, but you quickly take it out of there. It's a decent size. It's roughly the length and width of your hand to your elbow. But it's thin. It's only about half your hand thick.
Is there any notes, any letters, anything written on it, anything particular about the how
On
it's
the
wrapped
outside,
up?
just simply in a dark red colored ink, if it's ink at all, there is a giant L with a little twirl.
Oh. She will, when she opens it, be kept again along with the sill she saved. She'll also save that as well.
Okay. Inside, you find a beautiful purple silk dress and a letter.
Read the letter first.
As you begin to read the letter, you quickly or as you read over it, you would get, "Hello, darling. It is good to know that you have been well recently, and it is good to know that your travels landed you here. My master will be holding a small gathering of both Cainite and Libon alike. He has graciously allowed me to extend an invitation to yourself, so that on the night of the full moon in 4 days, you may join us on the outskirts of the city at Treskill Manor. I've provided a beautiful dress, at least what I would consider beautiful. If you do not find it to your likings, I deeply apologize. And I pray and hope to see you and possibly one of your friends joining us in the future evening." And that is the end of the letter.
So I can invite one person.
You've got a +1 invite.
I've got a +1. Cool. No matter what wrench I'm going, I'm not. No matter fucking what. Yeah, I'll look at the dress.
You look at the dress. It's quite beautiful. It is traditional. It's in a traditional, like. Oh, actually, make me a intelligence politics roll.
Finally have a silk dress to go with my scarab beetle. What was it? Intelligence? Was it
Intelligence politics? Yeah.
Is it difficulty 6 still, yeah?
Difficulty 6, yes.
5 successes.
Ooh, 5 successes. Holy crap. It is actually a traditional Nubian style dress. So I'm going to go ahead and get a photo for you real quick. Just give me a second. Ba-ba-ba-ba. And I will post this in the Discord. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. File's too powerful. Oh no!
More than 25 megabytes, apparently.
More than 8. I don't have nitro.
Wait. More than 8 and it doesn't work?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you don't have nitro. Here we go. So that is the style that the dress is in. And I will go ahead and move this over to where the audience is able to see it as well. New tab. Paste. Here we go. All right. So that is the dress that you would see within. It does not show very well on. There we go.
It almost feels like 20th century.
Almost. Just take away the high heels and some of the jewelry, and change the jewelry up to match this century, and suddenly it becomes a lot better.
She'll very, very carefully put that away.
As you put it away.
As tempting as it is to. Yeah.
You would also notice that there is a little something smaller at the bottom of the package. And as you go and you root into the package to see what exactly it is, there is a small pair of jade earrings.
Of jade earrings.
Mm-hmm.
Does Cassandra have is her ears pierced?
You go and you check your ears. They are pierced.
I'll put them on, and you know what? Fuck it. At this point, she'll take off her choker and she'll put it on again, but with the symbol showing at this point.
Okay.
I'm scared.
That's a choice.
I'm scared. No. No, can I roll and see if that's a good or bad decision? I'm still
Sure,
scared
you can.
about- I'm still scared about having that symbol on display. Oh, I mean, I guess you could still technically just have the choker on show, but tuck the symbol in her
Yeah.
clothing.
You can, yeah.
Reminder, what was the symbol? Was that the cassette?
It was
No, it was not the symbol of the
was-
Kassid. It was a symbol
a
of
different clan symbol.
a different clan. Hold on.
Right, the African one.
Bonsam.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bosnam or Bonsam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, roll and see if that's a good decision or not. like, obviously, when she goes to the party, she'll have it on show. I don't know. I'm still oohing and ahhing about public.
Yeah, the Bonsam. So. Which do you do?
Can I roll to see if it's a good decision?
Yeah, absolutely. You can make me a wits.
Let me get this one.
I guess politics or etiquette. Your choice. Wits politics or wits etiquette.
What has? Let me have a look and see what I have more in. Where's etiquette? I have 2 in etiquette. It doesn't matter. I have 2 in both. It's politics, and I'm going to spend willpower. So, see if I think it's a good decision or not.
Okay, so with 1 success, I mean, it's not the worst decision, but it's not exactly the greatest decision. I mean, you are essentially declaring some sort of relationship or allegiance, or that you are in fact a Bonsam, one of those combination of things. So it would highly depend on people's opinion in the moment as to whether or not it was a good thing, because a lot of people might just think she's
Okay.
a Bonsam and then immediately go, No, she's not. And a lot of people would go, I don't know that symbol.
No.
So
Sure. Okay. So, I mean, she's been wearing it as a choker for a while. I think she'll still. It's more just in case any of them see her. Did she wants to be like, I am wearing a thing, but yeah, she'll wear it so that the clan symbol itself hidden, at least until the party.
Okay.
She'll continue doing what she was doing.
Fantastic.
But now with jade earrings, I mean, Cassandra, is there any meaning towards the jade that Cassandra is aware of?
Not entirely that you're aware of, no, unfortunately.
Cool.
Other than, I don't know, you vaguely remember someone saying or emerald is bullshit at that previous party, so you think maybe it has to do with that.
Well, cool. And yeah, so +1. Do ghouls count as a +1? Or no? I'm assuming kindred +1, right?
Kindred +1 is what I would assume. I think you can take as many ghouls as you want. Just be wary of where they go because of what happened last time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
It depends. What kind of message do you want to send if you take a ghoul with you? I mean, are you saying what happened last time is totally able to happen to this person, or are you saying this is my friend? They are here to represent me.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Cool. Yeah, she'll put everything away. Have another last read of the letter. Fold it up, pack it away very nicely. She'll get herself freshened up. Obviously, I'm gonna just state the silver armor was gone last night. As soon as she could take it off, that silver armor is freaking gone unless we're going back there. Nah, but yeah, she'll.
Okay, fantastic.
She'll get a mystic robe and then go downstairs to hopefully join the others.
As you finish washing up, you see another letter quickly slide underneath your door. Excuse me. And
Okay.
You hear an individual with a limp making his way down the stairs.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Grab letter immediately.
Okay. You grab the letter and you read it. It's from who you expect it to be from. Simply asking, did you also get an invitation to a party? If so, then I'm assuming you have a +1. I did. If you did not, I'll go ahead and make you my +1. If you did, perhaps we bring our own +1s and we'll meet there.
She'll write a letter in response. She'll write a letter in response. Let's see. Hopefully, have time to send it to a drop-off point. And I'm gonna type. I'm gonna type. You continue. I'll type what I'm
Sure.
writing.
So yeah, you go ahead and you type that out to me. Meanwhile, the two of you, fully awoken at this point, ready to go. You head out the doors?
Is Kat still in her bed?
Nope.
Yeah,
There's
she's
just
fine.
a pile of blankets.
Yeah, she's fine in that case. I'm gonna armor up and get down to the common room.
Okay, fantastic. Tumek,
Yeah, doing the same.
do you rake up Rafik or do you just let him continue to...
No, I think I'm gonna wake him up.
Okay.
Oh, how much sleep do I think he has gotten?
He's just on the cusp of 6 hours.
Alright, so I'll let him sleep a little bit more and walk down with the others.
So, two of you make your way into the hallway. Greet each other in your normal way in the morning. Well, evening. Hear the faint sound of an individual with a limp making their way over wood downstairs. It's kind of just odd because normally you don't hear people with limps in this part of the city.
I'm gonna Take a quick glance. Does it look like one of Alexander's schools?
You unfortunately don't get a look at the individual as they... Just a swinging door.
Oh well. Time for the first dinner, I guess. We'll
So-
sit at one of our tables and wait for everyone else, besides, of course, G-Mag, who's probably already following.
Yes. Chimeg, do you continue to be in wolf form, or...
No, I wouldn't be able to open the door, I think, so... Oh, maybe I would have.
I call bullshit. You could finagle the hell out of it. I mean, you've got pause, you got enough time. Give it a solid 2 minutes. You have the brain of a human. You could open a fucking door.
Alright, I'm gonna stay in wolf a bit.
Okay.
Oh, okay, well, that's...
Chill.
JLB will be slightly surprised, but he probably would recognize you or not?
I think so.
You
Okay.
have seen Chimeg in wolf form?
I don't know.
I think.
Yeah,
You've seen her a lot in bird
several
form.
times.
Bird form I have. Wolf, I'm not sure.
I don't think he's seen you in wolf form.
You-
Possibly. Okay, in that case, I'll be like, oh, okay.
Either way,
I'll
you see this
acknowledge-
individual make their way out of Chimeg's room, Batu closely followed behind.
Yeah, then I know well enough. And I'll acknowledge them and make my way downstairs and sort of wait for Cassandra.
Let me go check my Discord messages.
2 seconds! I'm still typing.
All right. Sorry. She types very slowly. Continuing on.
Jala will mention that he's hungry as usual. Hey, Push. Jala's hungry again.
Fatma kind of gives you both a good evening greetings. As you
Mhm.
make your... Well, no, he just gives the Jala good evening greetings and Batu good evening greetings and kind of looks down at you, Chimeg, and goes, oh, looks like we got a new pup. All right. Well, if that's you, Rafik, sorry it happened, whatever she did. You'll be fine, don't worry.
It's actually her.
I'm sorry?
It's her.
Her who?
The one, not Rafik.
You're saying that's Chimeg?
Yes.
His eyes go from you to Chimeg, to you, to Chimeg, to Batu, to Chimeg. What?
Why, I did tell you that we could do things, right?
Doing things is one thing. Doing that?
Oh, speaking of, has the bishop been in by any chance?
Not last night. No,
So he's not drank that wine yet. That's
not yet. No.
unfortunate. Oh well.
There's a creak to the tavern door. Smell of jasmine wafts in with the cold, cold air of the night.
Jennifer van der Berg.
Azzy, if you're there, why don't you come and join us? And describe
Well-
what everyone sees walking in.
Well, everyone has probably seen whoever walks in. And who smells of jasmine, if not Habiba walks through the door? But there is something slightly off with her. And do I see the rest?
You would see one Ajala, one
Jala
Batu,
landed on his dagger.
one Fatma, one dog you don't exactly entirely recognize, but somewhat seems familiar.
Alright. She has, she's the 2 ornate daggers at her side as she walks forward. But Adjala, you would recognize that something is wrong. That is not Habiba's face. It is covered with a shawl, but you have seen Habiba many times before. And she doesn't move exactly like Habiba.
Who are you?
You make growls.
She comes closer, so she can speak without shouting or something. It is me, silly. It is Cecilia.
What?
I have been traveling a long time now. I need some wine, I think. And she will go to the bar in Habiba's clothes and buy some wine.
Okay. You go and you buy some wine, put down a single gold piece, and you get the finest bottle of wine available.
She takes the bottle and goes back to the table and sits down.
I think we're gonna need. Are you still wearing the shawl in front of your
Yeah,
face?
she's still wearing the shawl. But she's gonna open it now. She's gonna drink the wine. And there is Cecilia behind her.
What in the places? Why are you wearing those clothes? Why do you smell like?
I had an accident with my clothes. And I also ran into Habiba.
Does it actually seem like Cecilia?
She
Looks
seems
like
a
her
little-
just
She
in
acted a
Habiba
little-
clothes.
She's slightly
Alright.
different in her tone, how she speaks. It's a bit calmer, but she looks exactly like Cecilia.
Sandra! Jala will shout up the stairs.
Sandra, drops on down.
She drinks some wine and looks up to Cassandra.
Would you mind
Hello.
doing your
Good evening.
truth or lie thingy? Is that really you?
I don't turn it off. She just kind of waves. What are the clothes? I don't know what Habiba's clothes are like. What are they like in comparison to Cecilia's normal wear?
Do you want to describe it exactly? So I don't remember.
Oh, I'll
well.
just drop a photo of Habiba in her normal clothes.
Yeah, good.
So every time you've mentioned Habiba in the scenes that as a character I'm not even aware of, she was naked, so I don't even know. And Cassandra doesn't even know what Habiba wears anyway. So
And she has Habiba's daggers, armor is the same.
Yeah.
She looks exactly like it is Habiba's clothes.
Actually, has Cassandra met Habiba?
nope,
Nope, I don't think so.
Probably
Yeah, I
never
think
anymore
so.
if this is true.
no. That's why I'm asking because I don't know what his style's like. So who are you? She'll just kind of say to Cecilia.
And she looks over and you can see her face and she looks like it is Cecilia. But in other clothes.
No, any nosebleeds?
I start looking at
No nosebleed.
Cassandra. Wait, what?
And there is a provided image of what Habiba normally looks like in her clothes. So
Yeah, so the whole hair is covered and that's why it's was hard to see that it was probably Cecilia first.
Different style. To be fair,
Yeah,
you
I
can
borrowed
find
it.
anything else. Does Cecilia still? Because the last time we saw her, she was quite injured. Does she seem injured anymore?
It's hard to tell because I mean it was her arms and all the arms are covered in clothing. But
But more like how she's holding herself and how she's holding her arms, because she was being a bit tender last time.
well, she act like Rose. She would normally do more like hand waves and stuff, and then it would be really showing. Now it's having very conservative about the movement. So maybe because it's damage, or maybe she's just calm.
Wait,
What are you
if
Does
doing?
she?
Sorry.
Everyone talking at once.
all right, Ajala, then
this-
Chimeg, or Chimeg, then
Okay.
Ajala, then Cassandra. Go.
Well, does she smell like Cecilia, or is the jasmine too overpowering so I can't tell
Perception alertness.
any other?
But she didn't have a nosebleed, right?
Correct.
Do I get no problem? One success. And well, my specialty is not applicable.
Yeah, there's a fun bag of mixed smells in there. It's Cecilia Biba.
Celia Biba. Oh,
Or Bebasilia. One or the other.
Celia.
Abythelia.
Alright.
Yeah.
Jala's question.
Wait, she didn't just go and borrow you her clothes and daggers, especially not those daggers. What happened?
Well, by the way, did Cassandra say something or did you ask something?
She was just asking, like, how are you? And
Okay.
for again, I wouldn't normally use this on player characters, but let's just say majority of the scene, Cassandra will be focusing just to have to repeat
So
it. every
your
second.
lie detector is on. Alright, great.
Mm.
I'm gonna try to read the soul as well while we're doing this.
Oh boy. Alright. Go ahead and read the soul, baby.
All right.
Forget
Uh,
what it was.
Dreams, remember what I'm typing to you now.
yeah, please.
I need to find the damned power again. Sorry. Since this usually goes so well.
Oh, yeah, I typed it to you before as well.
Mm-hmm. I remembered that part, which is good, so.
Yeah, right.
Where
Is
is
this
it?
the first Child of the Cup you've ever read the soul of, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic! So I get to tell you all of the things. If
It
you
is so
actually,
many things.
if you actually get this
She
good,
roll well.
roll well, bitch.
Perception, empathy. Yeah, I hope so, but also let me spend a willpower just in case. I'm back at 3 damage. Woohoo. Perception, empathy. What it was? Perception. Where is? Sorry.
I am looking for 5 successes.
You get 4.
4 successes.
Willpower.
All right, because of
That is good.
willpower. All right, let's see. With 4 successes, you can detect up to subtle shifts. Can recognize the color patterns. Can distinguish the main color and can distinguish only. Okay, great, fantastic. So, oh boy, this is a Child of the Cup. All right. As you close your eyes, give a little focus, and you open them again to the world around you, you are immediately greeted by a multitude of colors from different individuals all around you, but they all begin to blur as you focus on the individual in front of you, trying to shut out the exterior sources of noise and light. You focus, and you focus, and it becomes clearer and clearer with each second what you begin to see. So, the first color you would see actually, yeah. The first color you would see is a light blue with a myriad of sparkles in the aura. And the sparkles are slightly pale. The next thing you would see is that as this comes into view, it would all shift between pale to normal colored to pale again, and it will all drip and seep into the foundation of the wood below her.
When you say normal color, particular color or different ones?
The normal color that it is a light blue.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a very specific question now, because I'm going to consider that Habiba probably at least told me this much about our own clan. Are there any black tendrils in that aura?
Best of my knowledge.
I can type something to you. Williams.
Gotcha. You cannot see any currently within the soul. The best of your ability, unfortunately, you just get light blue fading in and out between pale and not pale. All of it's dripping, and there are a myriad of sparkles within the aura.
Jala doesn't know what that means. The only thing he knows of... Also, the dripping is so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, the question that Yala asked was what happened, right?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't plan to run into her, but she wanted to strong-arm me in order to do a favor for her for not killing Serafina by destroying the crystallized heart or consuming it.
Serafina there.
He is a crystallized heart. And so I attacked her. But she managed to slip out of my claws as she fled with the tail between her legs.
And Serafina?
I got him.
That's good news.
But as I couldn't drive the final blow, if I just my claws had been an inch longer, a half an inch longer maybe I could have ended her life. But she should be gravely wounded somewhere at least.
It is good to have you back and alive, especially after that.
Yes. So what has happened in the city? I haven't never been gone 3 days from the city, and normally when I'm gone half an evening, something terrible happens.
I'm glad to hear that. I don't think anything terrible happened.
That's
I'll
good.
double check with the rest of the party.
Did you meet the demon?
No, we've done some
Okay.
research, and thank you for sending a certain someone our way.
I am glad that he managed to convince you. Or give you enough information to take the decision yourselves. But it makes me happy that you didn't go there.
On that note, we found Bucktruck. We found various other people, but it seems
Was Bucktruck gone?
Our truck was slipping. Like, quite. So yesterday night, since you were gone, I fed him my blood to keep him at least somewhat in order. I know you've claimed him. I didn't do this in order to steal from you. This was purely to make sure that Bucktruck himself was alright and didn't slip any further down the road he was walking. Wasn't in any state.
Did he come to you and ask for blood?
No, he did not, but we did go in to his room, told him that we were worried and that we wanted to make sure that he's okay.
And you heard it, I said that they claimed him and you still did that. Huh.
As you said,
Interesting.
in order to protect your interests as well. We didn't know
Protect
how long
my
you would be gone.
interests. How would it protect my interest if you reduced his suffering? Just wondering.
Wait, what?
Which part do you want me to repeat?
Wait, how is it in your interest if he is suffering?
It is good for everyone to have stages of suffering in their life.
Yes, but not when that becomes dangerous, like in the sense he was going through town like looking like an addict. He was in no state.
And he would come to some of you and ask for blood before he would do something else. Why would he go anywhere else to get his blood? As he would probably realize he needs that. That's why I asked if he came to you, then I could have some understanding of your action. But now you acted early, before it came to
Tell
that
you
stage.
this then, just because you're acting this way and I'm just sort of not liking where this is going. He said he was glad it wasn't you.
Okay. That is, I don't know why you shared that to me. Is that supposed to hurt me?
No, but you are sort of acting weird, and since you say I claim him, as in the fact that he said that does mean that he sort of was quite alright with it.
I mean, I might be acting weird because, I mean, I don't think that a person would consider this some form of betrayal, but I'm trying not to.
Yeah, but you've
But
been
you're turning
accusing me of
hostile now.
betrayal a bit lately. And I think you're going the same way again, and I'm not liking it.
I mean, you have been lying to me before.
And I came to it with you because I felt bad about it and didn't feel like it was right.
You never came to me about it.
I did tell you.
No, you never did.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Ajala did come to Cecilia to tell her, right?
Nope.
Nope.
Adiala never told her.
I don't have it anywhere in my notes that Ajala went and told Cecilia that he
I
did the
was
things that he's
convinced
done.
he went to her.
No, then it would have been a discussion then if you had told her. I know that at one point it looked like you wanted to say something, and the only thing she said was, "It's okay, we take it later."
Right, but he thought you knew. At that point.
Right, yeah. There was that scene where you believe that she knew, but you never openly discussed anything with her.
Oh, Ajala will rake up that moment in that case, as in you knew. You told me to talk about it later.
I thought you were referring to something else.
I thought you were referring to... Oh...
Do you think that I would be happy? Or something? That would be a
I
really
didn't
long
expect
discussion?
you to be happy, but I figured it was a bad time to discuss it.
A bad time to discuss it at the manor?
I guess.
I mean, you did lie to both me and Bartholomew. Well, technically also Chim, I guess you were there, but they didn't know you then.
Right, now I see where you're getting this that I lied to you, because I thought you knew and you didn't want to discuss it back then.
I mean, if I think you're referring to the same event, that was later that was not at the manor.
That was later. Yes.
And that was connecting to when I took on Mara's thing. I thought you wanted to talk about the Mara, that I took on the life boon from Mara.
Yeah, that was then.
Interesting that you had wanted to confess that you lied to me then.
No, because I also want to go to Mara and take the boon from you, but Mara herself stopped me from doing so.
I know, you told me that.
It's kind of
Doesn't
typical, but the
change
more
anything
important
though,
things
you
slip
still
my
lied to
mind.
me at the home of Bartholomew. Even if you confessed later, you still lied, right?
Yes, but I realized that that was the wrong action.
Yeah, but now
And
you
apparently
attack
we
me
were lost
for...
in communication after that.
But I'm still confused why you think that I am in any wrong now. You seem to attack me that you want to hurt me or something by saying that he was glad it wasn't me. I don't understand your motivations, Adjala.
Reason being that I was looking out for the well-being of Backtrack, as well as for the simple fact that you had claimed him. We didn't know when you would return.
Yeah, if I had been gone for weeks, I could realize that, but if it was yesterday, it meant I was gone for 2 days.
You hadn't seen Backtrack, you really hadn't. Also, this whole thing with him suffering being good, I didn't think it was good for him the way he was going. That didn't look like anything that was helping him. Or did it? And I'll look at the rest of the table. Sorry to involve the rest here, but
I
it
mean,
wasn't 2 days ago that you called me a traitor and I didn't want you to go out on that limb again.
I said that you betrayed me. I didn't say that you were a traitor.
Potato, potato.
If I have a goal and I hurt him, would you stop me?
No. The Backtrack didn't deserve anything to be hurt for, as far as I know.
No, I'm just confused about why it would help me that he was not suffering. I don't think that anyone should.
Because he might have slipped into madness, as in we...
That takes
We-
months to slip into madness, not days. He
Well,
would
it
become
didn't
an
look like
addict
that.
for a couple of weeks, and then he would search out blood in some way, in the easiest way he can find it. And that would probably be talking to any one of us. That's why I told him that he could come to me if he needed it, as I wanted him to come to me. But you now intervened and stopped him from even going through the stage of craving. And that would also go against that I claimed him. But maybe you're not aware how ghouls work, as you're claiming so many as well, without realizing so many ghouls you're claiming around here. You do know that ghouls, when they become too plentiful, start to kill each other for the master's concern, or sometimes even kill their master because they feel neglected. It is dangerous to create too many ghouls. Otherwise every kindred would have hundreds of them.
It seems like I can't do anything right in your eyes anyway. And Jala gets up and starts walking out of the painted lady.
Alright. I thought... okay. Sure. She takes another drink of the wine. Has anything else happened except the simple matter as a ghoul was given blood? That seems very low on the priority.
We also, while searching for him, went to the Citadel and spoke to the cub. She'll go through the titles of Ezekiel. Blah, blah, blah. He let us know that... was it Magdalena? Was that her name? No, help me.
Right,
Yeah.
Magdalena.
Thank you. Magdalena is not allowed in the city. She failed a job quite badly, by the sounds of it. Her properties have been returned to the rightful owner. So that's interesting. Keep an eye out for that. But just to kind of give you a heads up, this was something I did mention. I think we as a coach need to sit down and talk about what we are comfortable being made public and not, because the Cub is aware of your family, Cecilia, and what was it, the Black Cross? I can't remember. The Montforts, and
Oh, so you
and-
told, I guess then you told Ezekiel about the demon as well?
yep.
What information did you tell about the demon? What does he know?
Just mentioned that there's a demon in the city, and that your family might be able to help with that.
Alright. Well, I don't think that is too negative to know. I mean, I am named Montfort, so
Just not sure what you'd be okay with being out there. Quick double check out characters, because did regarding that weird book that we have, did when Bart mentioned it was Lilith, I can't remember if it was a Jala or if it was an out of character comment about that, something Cecilia would be interested in. Was that an in character or out of character comment?
I think you've mentioned
Oh,
Lilith
okay,
before, correct?
Cool.
I have mentioned Lilith before.
Yeah.
Beautiful. In that case, Cecilia will say, when we were doing some research though in the library, there's this one book that had a peculiar effect on the rest of us, but it has to do with Lilith, according to that. The rest of us can barely read it. If you want to have a look for yourself, it's known.
I would love to have a look through it.
There appears to be some kind of magic or something in it that meant a lot of us had a peculiar reaction.
Like
We
it
couldn't
forces
understand.
itself in your mind.
It's like we don't notice what's going on. It's only the rest of the people around who can see it, like speaking in, like, we couldn't understand each other when we were under a spell. But the one who was reading didn't notice anything.
Well, where is this book in his library now, or?
No, we've got them here. I'm assuming.
I'm
Cassandra
assuming you
puts
didn't
them in
just
her
take
room?
them into the.
No. Already
Did you
stood at
guys
the well,
leave
or did
them-
we?
Did you guys leave them at the well, or did you take them here?
Jala
Depends,
actually dragged them with in bags, as in we discussed who's taking it. Like,
Okay, so
we have them at the end.
a Jala's room.
Well, I guess I'll have to ask him when he comes back if I can go into his room and get it then.
But Chimego, so do you want to say what you've been up to?
Well, Chimek is still in her hound form,
Mhm.
so
Oh shit! Sorry, yeah, never mind that then.
You can lock
I can lock
eyes.
eye?
Yeah.
I lock eyes with her.
I was considering though, how does that work? Will they just understand, or how will that sound to the rest around? Okay.
It'll sound like that.
Maybe you want to go up and come down again. Otherwise, everyone will wonder why Wolf is howling.
The dog goes up, a woman comes down. I don't know, it's this weird thing they've got going on. I don't know where all these dogs keep going.
I kind of imagine how she makes sat there thinking, "Oh, I'm so glad I took this form for this conversation. I don't have to deal with it." Yeah, she'll probably just walk into the back room behind the bar or somewhere where she can be out of
Okay, so
sight.
you walk into the kitchen. The usual worker is back there, but the door to the basement is open. If you want to slip into there.
Yeah, sure. I'll pop into there and
Okay.
get into human form and then go back up.
All right. Well, the sound of frying food luckily drowns out the sound of popping bone as you make yourself back into your normal Chimek form. What is normal anymore with Chimek's form? Is it an eagle? Is it a human? Or is it a dog? and you make your way back out through the kitchens,
I
out
imagine
past the bar.
Fatma sort of saw the dog going down and she might come up and sort of shake his head or something like, these people.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then she'll sit down. Well, they got a bit of it. I also made contact with the clan, with the feather, and
Good.
did start. I did give them a bit of my blood, and suggested that they would settle down at Baturamule's lands for now, and that there was money in it for them in the long run.
All right.
So he said that he would take it up with the elders.
Oh, you sure you don't want to just give blood to the elders of it? Or what do you plan to give blood to the whole tribe? That is how one dies, as I said to Adjala.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Normally, we divide it into two categories of herd and ghouls. We have few ghouls, we can have many herd. Herd are people that we control by other means, normally by the kiss of the bite, and more subtle influences. And many of the herd does not really know, but they might know that you influence, and that's why you take over the leader and make that into a ghoul.
Right.
But if you converted them all, I think that you will have a very short-lived tribe, as they will probably all fight to prove them the best to you. And you might
Suppose
get
that
the
would be bad.
best, but you might get a very small tribe.
Right. Well, I didn't really know how to handle it. I mostly wanted to give them a reason to come back, I suppose. How does that work with... Can I not give them more?
Yes, it will just fade after a while, after a month or so. As they only
Right.
gotten the first taste, they won't really have a big backlash of it. They will probably be searching for something, maybe drink. If they got it in whatever form you gave it, like, I don't know, maybe wine or alcohol, they might drink some more by the end, just to find something they don't know that they're looking for.
Alright.
It is more normally trouble when they've gone a long time.
Well, I suppose I'll have to keep that in mind. How many can one keep?
I don't think there is a hard limit or anything. I think that some would claim that 2 is too many. There's probably some that says that 5, 6 are fine. In the books that I read about lore, it seems like I didn't read about anyone who had like 10 unless they had some way to control them. There is some scriptures, but the people normally become... Well, you change their brains, so they can't really resist with different powers or something. Then you can have more.
Right.
It is basically only this, that a ghoul becomes very jealous if you neglect them. And if you give more attention to one ghoul, the other ghoul might feel like they're not the favorite anymore.
Right.
And there is some tales about when they are neglected too much, they actually kill the sire because they don't actually know why they're feeling like this.
That's worrying.
I mean, there is... This whole thing is a bit weird. I guess that other 2 ghouls are sitting at the table, by the way. Rafik and...
Rafik is asleep.
Rafik is...
Kofi is not
Okay.
there.
Ah, nice, good.
Batu is there.
Batu's there,
yeah.
yeah.
But he probably don't speak human, so...
She does not know.
She doesn't.
Right.
I mean, I haven't lived through all these things. I only have the basic what I've been reading, but that is... There's a reason why not everyone has tons of ghouls everywhere.
No harm in being cautious. Thanks for the advice.
Keep it in mind. try to figure it out if they come here, I guess.
Also, potentially, in a few days or so, might have some property for us to purchase. And actually, it was Magda and Rastuzi that we needed to ask permission. So that, hey, one last person we need to worry about, potentially. She'll explain the territory of a nice row of houses. We don't technically need to ask any permission, but Father Rastuzi is near, so it might not hurt to just give a heads up and ask. Wouldn't want to,
He's
piss
not
off our
back in the
neighbors.
city, right? He's still out.
Other Rasusi is back. Oh, well, you weren't here. Sorry. My bad.
As far as I'm aware, he's in the city, so no harm in asking. Also, actually, I might wait until Chimeg is back. To mention something.
Chimek goes over and she talks to Fatma for a couple of moments. It looks like they're working something out very quickly as he goes behind the counter and looks at a few things, and eventually she gives up on whatever she was looking for behind the bar, and Fatma goes, sorry, as she turns around and slides her way back into the chair and leans on her hand and goes, I'm back.
Do you recall what Canis mentioned a few nights ago about these group of refugees who are coming to the city, and it might be good to, make some contacts?
Something about a priest?
Well, I've got an invitation to a gathering, a party of sorts, in a few nights on the full moon. 4 nights, to be exact, right?
4 nights.
So he's
correct.
hosting the
4 nights, yep. And I have a +1. So I was wondering if either of you two would be interested in accompanying me.
Who is hosting it? The party.
But would saying the Laybons technically be correct?
Just saying, well, yeah, that would technically be correct, yeah.
Yeah. The Laybons.
Do I know what that is?
You are more than welcome to make me an intelligence occult difficulty 8. Sorry, 7. not difficulty 8.
Alright. Intelligence occult difficulty 7.
Yeah.
I get to
can
roll.
also
Yay.
roll.
1 success.
1 success. 2 successes from Chimeg. Wow.
Do I have wound penalties, by the way?
No. You shouldn't have wound penalties for that. So roll me 2 more dice.
Let's see how I roll 2 ones. No, actually,
Hey, there we
one
go.
more.
All right, so both of you get the same information. It's very. There's not a lot written on Libons, but the general gist of information that you've received on them so far is they are essentially African Canaanites. Specifically outside of the local sort of idealism that Cain is the original vampire, they have their own beliefs that they come from something else. So in a way, some of the groups of individuals that you could technically call a clan have powers that are somewhat similar to normal Cainites. There's always a twist somewhere with the various different Libon clans that makes them unique enough so that it kind of that separation story kind of has a hint of truth to it. Because for some reason, all Libon, no matter what clan they are, have some connection to some sort of shadow, and you're not sure exactly what that's about.
Well, I would gladly come, but I also understand if you choose Chimeg instead, as I think the last interaction we had was maybe not so positive, so you might be irritated in me.
No, not at all. I'm just wondering who out of you both, if anyone has a preference, if they'd like to go. So it'd be really good to interact with these, to, be useful to them, then be useful to us, get some more friends. And I think that'll definitely be an up-and-coming presence in the city for sure.
I suppose
be-
that would. Sorry.
You can.
I suppose that would depend on what you're looking for. Are you looking for someone to, well, talk and be pleasant and try to make connections? Then probably Cecilia. If you need protection, well, I guess I could come in.
I
Or
don't
what
think
kind of party
protection.
are we talking about?
It's a party, though. It will. I don't know. Have you been to many parties for that our type, our lot throw?
Of our kind? No.
I technically has not been to many parts of our kind either, but I've been to many parties. I think. I mean, I also, as many people of us, have hard time remembering about things for a previous life, but I have vague images of me dancing a lot, so.
Nice. Well, I hope there's dancing. But yeah, so does it mean that Cecilia, you would like to come? I said it's whoever wants to. I said I'm quite comfortable making connections, so that's not particularly what I'm worried about. It's just more of the preference as who would like to come meet new people. I said WLA bonds and people from the city as well.
I would like to, but I don't want to stand in the way if you want to as well, Shimeg. So I will let you decide if you want to go or not.
If you want to go, then go ahead.
Alright, if you insist then. Sure, when was this party?
4 nights
Fortnight.
on the full moon.
Alright.
Did you say
Yes,
fortnight or fortnight?
4 nights.
4
It's not a
nights.
fortnight away. It's 4.
Okay.
4.
Oh,
Yeah. Jesus Christ, a fortnight away. That's like that's another 30 episodes, guys.
The last full moon was
That's
during the
the thing.
battle, correct?
Next year?
Like, we thanked our lucky stars that we weren't in the
It
city
wasn't-
during the loop.
Yeah,
Was it in a new moon?
yeah, it was a full moon, yeah.
Mm.
it was a full moon.
Yeah, no, it was a full
Lots
moon.
of full moons. Yeah,
Lots
you did.
of full moons. Yeah, my bad.
It's lots of full moons. World of Darkness, people. There could be as many full moons as the ST wants.
You're right.
Decided to go back a
Absolutely.
bit for a few days.
Because there's another full moon coming in 4 days. All right.
Perfect. Does anyone know where the Yala were going? Is he coming back? Or is he just making a walk around being angry with me?
I'll go
Were I
find him.
unpleasant to him right now? I felt that I wasn't that unpleasant.
I'm not sure.
I think it's good that communication's finally happening. It'll stop stuff like that happening again. So, necessary hurdle.
I hope he learned anything from the discussion at least. She takes another drink of the wine.
You want him to learn.
Of course I do. He must learn to not do these mistakes and actually trust
No, I
me.
meant what?
What do I want him to learn?
Yeah.
Well, in this specific case, that trusting us is better than hiding it, as it will be worse. That is the main thing. But there's also a lot of other things. I mean, he acts in a way that he wants to solve everything himself. And it is valiant, but he must learn to actually also trust us and our things that we want.
Just tell him that then.
I could try a more direct approach. I have been a bit too much focused on saving people's lives recently. I think that I have better priorities now.
Feels like a very ominous thing to say.
Oh, I don't mean that I want people to die. No one should die. I'm actually happy I didn't manage to kill Habiba, that she got away.
Are you worried that she might come
Oh,
after you?
she will probably try to kill me soon, and I will try to prepare, but hopefully she will be not at her full strength for at least as long as I won't be. So she probably will wait.
If you need us to
Did
help
you
you with anything, let us know.
Did you find Serafino?
Yes, I have his crystal heart with me. That's why I want Adjala to come back, because he's the only one who knows about these things. I have a vague description of how to get Serafino back, but it seems someone has to die for it to actually work.
Talking about
But I
burying
want
the
to-
lead.
She
Meanwhile-
won't.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I also know what who the next target is for her, who's actually working to kill.
That's good to know. I'll try to find Ajala.
Meanwhile,
Who's the next target?
Ajala, what have you been doing?
Ajala stormed off from the Painted Lady and was headed, basically without really thinking about it, to the Armenian Quarter in the direction of the rack. He's letting his stomach lead him,
Okay.
and he's sort of going through the street, not paying attention to his surroundings, sort of turned into himself, basically pissed off at himself for mistaking his attempt to tell it to actually mistake it for telling them. Then he's also pissed off at the fact that she just said that he did something wrong while he was trying to bring or keep Bucktruck in the fold. So basically his big sister returns and instantly starts taking control again, and he wanted to prove himself to her by doing good in the time that she was away, and it just blew up in his face, and he's just not having it.
Yeah.
He's having a terrible time with it.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand that feeling. All right.
Also, she had a potential of killing Habiba, got very close to it according to her story, and it wasn't him that got to Habiba, and that is also pissing him off.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you're walking along in anger towards the Armenian Quarter, further and further away from the Painted Lady and
Like
closer and
an angry
closer
teenager.
towards the rack, you're kind of not paying attention, so
Not really.
it's a little bit of a surprise when you see a dark figure appear to your left. As you look over, you'd simply see Alexis. Where are we headed?
Alexis, oh, I'm sorry,
He's just keeping pace with you.
I wasn't paying attention. Good evening.
Evening.
I was headed to the rack. Guess I'm letting my hunger lead me there.
Are you continuing walking, or do you stop to have this conversation?
I'll slow my pace a bit, to make a more comfortable walk, sort of.
Okay, he slows his pace with you, and he starts doing like that jogger thing where they just constantly keep moving their arms at the pace they were going previously, even though they're moving slower.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time imagining Alexis doing that.
Yeah. He gives you this creepy smile as he looks over towards you. Finally slows his arms down to a normal pace.
It's kind of funny. Yeah.
What's wrong?
Cecilia's back. I should be happy, but yeah, I feel like I didn't live up to her expectations yet again.
I'm sorry, wait a minute. And he stops. Ajala. And he catches back up to you. Ajala. That woman is Misi. You will never meet her expectations.
That much is clear. I'm sorry to... Well, whatever the case.
We have a little bit of a problem. You can't exactly... You'll get close, but you'll never be spot on.
No, I figured as much.
And even when you get close, we'll find flaws. We always find flaws. It's one of our best traits.
Apparently so.
He just gives you this wry smile. Oh, I love this. Look at your face. It's beautiful. I could picture it and frame it right now and be a photo that would last for years. Just
Yeah.
I feel you. Yeah. No, I was obsessed with trying to please my sire and trying to make sure that my sire saw that everything I did was the right choice and the right thing to do.
To be fair, I make a lot of mistakes, as you know. I'm not going to say
Sure.
my choices are necessarily
Sure,
always
we
correct.
all make
I'm
mistakes.
not going to argue that.
Yeah, I made my fair share. I mean, we all make mistakes. You've only been immortal for what, 100 years at the most, right? So
Not even.
not even. Let me tell you, kid. It's been well over 300 years. I still make a mistake here or there.
Yeah.
Cold, hard, calculating, lean, mean machine. That is not you. It's not me either. I mean, I can get there. I can get real close to it, but every once in a while, something happens. It's not in your control.
Yeah.
You can sit around and you can mope about it and you can listen to people tell you that you're imperfect. Or you can pick yourself up, you can dust yourself off, and you can say, okay, I fucked up. Or okay, that situation happened, it could have gone a little bit better.
Yeah.
Look at the situation, you say, all right, here's what I would need to do in the future, you move on.
Been trying to do that, but
Are you feeling chicken or pork tonight? I'm going to be honest, I'm feeling a little pork tonight.
and pork it is, I guess.
Great. Follow me. He takes you, as you just get to the edge of the rock, he takes you towards Basra's chicken place. Takes you into the back alley. Goes through the back alley for about a solid 3 minutes, and eventually you come to a small incense shop. He kind of leans against the door of the incense shop and listens in for a second and then says, give it about 10 minutes. Makes his way to the left of the door and kind of leans against the wall. So, what exciting news do you have about recent events?
Well, Cecilia left town a few days ago, as you might know. And that's why she's back, of course. The thing is, she was meeting with Gabriel, and apparently her leaving town ended up in running in with Habiba, and something about that I don't like. Like, I mean the connection. If there is even any. Maybe I'm saying things, but she's talking to Gabriel, and the next thing she basically is facing off alone with Habiba. And something tells me that Gabriel told her something or said something to her. I don't know. Tricked her, maybe.
I mean, she's very much alive.
She is, and I'm happy for that. Also jealous, because if anyone was to harm Habiba, I would have hoped it would be me.
I mean, that
But yeah.
rarely goes in our favor unless we are hound dogging it, so...
Yeah. I'm happy she's back, I really am. I just
Okay.
wish she was happier with me, I guess.
So tell her that. I mean, she's gonna say some shit to you once you tell her that. I mean, once you say those exact words, she's gonna say some shit that's either really gonna hurt or really gonna feel like she's just throwing whatever you say to the side. But, you know, tell her.
Blood starts swelling up in his eyes.
Hmm.
She can be so cold sometimes, but I love her. She's my sister to me.
It's okay, buddy. I understand. A guy comes out of the back door of this incense shop. It's probably about a good 400 pounds. Just around 5'8", short cropped, clearly bleached blonde hair, with like really, really bad bleach. Probably completely homemade. Clothes that really don't fit all that well. And
Goes right
kind
behind
of,
his eyes and clean them out.
yeah, he kind of takes a pipe out, kind of looks towards Alexis, gives a nod, leans against the back of the store, away from the two of you. You can watch as he begins putting some tobacco inside of his pipe and then begins to light it. And Alexis kind of looks over to you. Like I said, pork.
I get the reference.
And he motions for you to go ahead.
I try to clean myself off and I do a walk by and I try to go in for the kiss.
Okay. Alright. It's a little less comfortable because you have to push through a little bit in order to get to the individual's neck. In order to get to what you really want. So, how many points would you like to take?
I'm not entirely sure if he intended to share, but Ajala being a glutton, he will take 2.
Comes 3 for you.
Yes.
Fantastic. As your fangs pull away from the individual, you can tell that they're still under the influence of the kiss. Alexis sort of just slowly walks around in front of the individual. And as the man leans heavily against the wall, and you can hear the wooziness as he begins to stumble slightly, and a wheeze begins in his breathing. Alexis just leans lightly up against the wall, places his head on it, and comes right down to about eye level with him. Hey Marcus, how we doing? We doing alright? And the guy sort of slothfully looks up towards Alexis and goes, "Oh, it's good to see you, but good to..." And he hits the dirt, passed out unconscious.
Ooh, I didn't mean to take too much. Is he alright?
Oh, don't worry, that's just a blood pressure thing. He'll be awake in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Why don't you run along? I can take care of the rest of this. Just think about what I said. You know, tell her. Expect to have some words thrown back at you that you're not exactly gonna like, but at least she'll know. Pick yourself up. Dust yourself off. Look at the situation. See what you could have done better. Maybe don't immediately go and ask her for hints and tips, but, you know, maybe subtly see if you can work them out of her in the future without too much of a tongue lashing.
Yeah. I'll do that. Thanks, Alexis.
Hey, no problem. What are friends for? You hear, as you, I assume because you turned to leave, you hear as you turn to leave, this thick, wet sploosh of cracking rib and like meat pushing it hard into meat.
Right, do I turn around and have a look or not? That seems rude. Let's keep walking.
You continue to walk, ignoring the sounds behind you as you hear the snapping of bones, much like Shimek's transformation.
Yeah.
The sound of something getting dragged across what you could only imagine. You've never heard, but could only imagine, is the sound of some sharp instrument getting dragged across the top of someone's skull.
Right, feeding habits. Ajala's sort of happy in himself that he didn't ask about the Nephilim now, as he walks into the rack.
Go into the rack itself. You're met by the hustle and bustle of people. And right around the time that you gain your bearing, realize exactly where you are in the rack, there's this slight shift in the air next to you. And Alexis is standing there again. Not a splotch of blood on him. Alright, sorry about that.
But that's fine. Oh. Yeah,
So-
I figured I'd... Seraphina might have joked about this. I'm a bit of a, glutton.
You? No. Why?
I don't know, I'm always hungry. As I look around the square.
You mean that you always have this nagging hunger that never goes away until an exact certain point, and that certain point seems like it's ages away?
Always, kind of.
And it doesn't last for very long, does it?
No.
We all have that issue. It's just you're giving in to the craving for a snack, not just your hunger.
Might be fair.
Hmm.
Just not used yet to the nagging, I guess.
No, I understand that. I was the same way when I was new. I think I kept that up for at least 50 years. And then I learned. Someone eventually, forced me to slow down.
I guess it's also partially fear. Being in the war, being afraid not having enough, not being enough.
Resource
when
scarcity?
necessary.
Yeah. Mental scarcity, yeah.
Also, the lupines in town still don't trust him, and I sort of look down at the cloak, which is probably partially hanging open with the silver armor.
Mm-hmm.
They've done a number on me already. Would like to prevent that in the future.
Mm.
Which reminds me, that's a very bad idea of me being here.
Yeah, no. They tend to roam this area.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
they tend to.
There's one over there. And he points to one random individual in the crowd. You don't smell the individual. You just see a teenage boy, probably around 17. He's got a short sword on his belt, and it kind of looks like someone who's like very energetic, not extremely well dressed, little bit unkept in the hair, and is like doing that constantly running of the fingers of their right hand on the table that they're sitting next to, while there's a perfectly still piping hot steaming cup of tea next to them. And they look like they're waiting for something. And they're just bobbing back and forth lightly.
As he's being pointed out, I would like to make a another perception empathy
Okay.
to read the soul again,
Sure.
out of curiosity.
Go for it.
Would be
2 successes.
2 and low light vision if that comes into play for the perception.
I'll allow it. Okay, so you would see this individual has a extremely vibrant, extremely bright violet color aura.
is the aura always that vibrant violet, or is that just the person?
There.
I'll ask.
Oh! Are you trying to do the thing some people do with Auspex?
Yeah, I'm trying to see more than I should be able to see, basically,
Right.
of a person. It's
Has
not
no one
an easy
explained
one.
to you what everything means? No one sat down and done that for you?
Not looked into. Nobody ever really did. As in, I'm sort of going out on a limb here. It's just I'm
Huh.
trying to experience it, get a feel for it. It surprises me that I managed to do it on Cecilia and on.
Right. You're
Sure.
taking the long path. You want to just like get you a cheat sheet?
That would be practical. Is there one?
I mean,
There probably is.
technically, there's a
things
journal that I have where an individual describes everything that they're experiencing and what they realize about the colors and things like that. But I've created a little cheat sheet for myself. I have it
That
in my
would be-
pocket. And he goes into his pocket and he unfolds this piece of parchment that's clearly been seen use for like the last at least 3 years. As it's like the edges are like slowly beginning to tear off and are heavily like thinned down and frayed.
It doesn't have to be happen to be in Hebrew.
No, it is
I
not in
don't
Hebrew
read that.
actually. It's in Latin.
Cecilia could help me with that. This looks familiar, but it's not French, is it? No, this probably.
No,
Latin.
This is Latin. One of the languages I speak. I speak a couple languages.
I've been thinking of picking it up, as in it seems that there's a lot going on in Latin. I start looking over the paper for something that is violet.
Yeah, you
Or that-
begin looking over it, and you think you pick out the word that is violet, and you can roughly make out the word excited.
Huh. And then I'm going to search for anything that seems to refer to bright or vibrant or
As you begin to
excessive.
search
color.
for that. You think you vaguely make out the word excessive, and it says next to that something about beast.
I think I understand why it's so bright. There's... Yeah, can I get one of those?
Sure, I could write it in a different language if you wanted.
Egyptian or French would be perfect.
Why not? Yeah. All right. Have any parchment on you?
It's the Jala we're talking about. No.
Jala takes a quick look around and says no. All right, give me a sec. Looks around where you are and says, "I think there's a. You mind just following me back to my library?
No, it's fine. Absolutely.
Or no, better yet, let's make this simpler on you. We'll head back to the Painted Lady, yeah?
Yeah, sounds fine as well.
All right,
Good to know.
come on. So, maybe 3 minutes after you finish your conversation between the three of you ladies, you would watch as Ajala would pop back in, Alexis on his toes. Alexis kind of waves, makes his way over to the bar.
Alright, I wait until they will arrive before saying. I guess I say to the others, oh, there he is. And he brought Alexis with him. That's a bit unforeseen.
Wasn't he the one who said to never be alone?
No, it was him that said it.
Was
Yeah.
it yeah.
Oh,
What?
don't be maybe it was me that said never be alone with
I
Alexis.
think it was both of you. I do have it
Yeah.
under both of you in different times, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
So, Alexis eventually. Ooh, Cecilia's camera is going haywire for me. Uh-oh.
It is?
I think my
Me.
Discord is going haywire. That's what the problem is.
I
No,
think
I did.
Sandra's camera.
Like
weirdly,
early on, I had it go like purple and staticky,
Yeah,
and
that's what it's doing right now for me.
early on, yeah, it happened on the last game too.
Ah.
But nobody else's camera. But it only lasts like a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're fine now for me. It's just random.
Fantastic.
By the
All
way,
right.
am I the only one seeing Shannon's camera as a gray thing?
As a gray
For
thing?
me, it's
I mean, she's
gray
frozen
as
right
well.
now.
It's,
Yeah, it's loading.
just gray with some kind of loading symbol to me.
I just have everyone's camera, it seems. Don't know why.
I think maybe Discord is having some difficulties.
Been a
Maybe.
bit fickle the
Are we
last
going to have
days.
another short break and continue afterwards?
Can you still hear us, Shannon? That's the question.
Oh yeah, I it wasn't like I couldn't hear anyone.
All right, fantastic. Well,
I was mentioning before.
we'll continue on because I'm not going to go much further.
Okay.
Just to be honest. So, Alexis slips past the table of you as he leaves behind Ajala, quickly goes over to the bar and gets a piece of parchment, ink, and an ink well. Means right on that piece of parchment. Meanwhile, Ajala, you see the ladies.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I ran into Alexios on the way. Hope you don't mind that I brought him.
No. Before he comes though, just a quick question. You have a book about Lilith in your room. Is it okay if I swing
Oh.
by and get it later?
I'll go collect it. Alexis will probably recognize it, and I'll stand up and go
Ooh.
collect the book.
Do you? So before Jolly goes, do you want to grab the one with the blood as well, just to show him?
I'll grab. I'll bring them all down. Just. I'll be
Isn't
back
that
in a
the
minute.
same book?
No, the one with the blood
Okay,
stained was a
thought it
different
was
book.
the same.
Different. We could read that one. It was just the last page that we had problems with.
As Ajala walks up the stairs, he's sort of looking. Oh no, he doesn't have the paper yet because it's still being written.
You can see, like, he's halfway down the page at this point, still writing. As you go
Go
up the
get the
stairs.
book and get back down.
And it's about when you're coming back down the stairs after you've gotten the book. He goes, "Here you go." Hands him over to you over the rail.
Thank you. Also, yeah, I think we might want to show you something in one of your books, and I brought this one down for Cecilia as I walk back to the table and put the Hebrew one in front of Cecilia.
She will take it and place it next to her. She will not start reading it right away.
Sandra will say maybe in your room though.
It was the Egyptian one, I believe, that had the blood splotches, right?
I want to say it was the Egyptian one. Yeah.
I put that on the table. We've been trying to remove some stains of it, and I opened the book on the pages with the blood. There's some sort of sigil underneath, but we couldn't really make it out.
Interesting. Huh.
I looked at it through light, and underneath the blood the symbols seemed to shift and move.
Huh. Talking about... Oh boy, hold on.
It seems that the stream went down. No, it's
Yeah,
back
I
again.
just noticed that.
I think it's back again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. But yeah, before it begins turning into pages of, like, full-on blood, it's, like, going into a couple of things about the Halaku, which is the 7th house of demons. And as it's sort of going into that, it then has the next page, which is completely coated in blood. And when you try and flip to the next page, still another one is coated in blood. And this goes on for 3 pages in total. And then nothing else is after them.
Is it like a... does it look like recently dried blood or old dried
No, it looks
blood?
like very old dried blood, like it's warped into the paper itself. And you can see on the second to last page, There's a bit of the dried blood that has been carefully flaked off. And there is the markings of a symbol, but unfortunately you can't make out the symbol at this time.
You don't happen to know someone who's able to restore this?
You said under light, you could see somewhat.
Movement, as in we try to look at it through light.
Okay. I will get in contact with a few people. Perhaps they can restore the pages. Interesting. Okay.
Very. I wonder if someone tried to hide it or protect someone for reading.
Yeah.
So,
You mean
Alexis,
you did not know then that this was like this?
It's been a long time since I've read through any of my books, and usually when I find pages that are covered in blood, I leave them as so, as in order to preserve the books in their state that I got them. I don't know, I didn't really see a desire to get rid of the blood. Added a little character in my mind.
Well,
You
if
know.
you want to keep them like this, we can. Oh, we just figured it might be.
No,
useful.
if there's secrets to be unveiled, I'm interested now.
Oh yeah, that is something that we did look into while you were gone. Is what sort of demon it was that is plaguing the town.
Any idea? I had my own theories, but reading through, it had been years since I had personally read through. What do you think?
After everything we've been looking at, we think actually that it might be potentially a defiler, a Lamasu,
Hmm.
due to its ability to shapeshift so easily.
No, that
As
would
in,
make
it-
sense,
It's
yes.
confusing, but it seems to be a likely possibility. We actually don't know when it comes down to it.
Interesting.
And we hope that we won't have to deal with it ourselves, but we'll see what the future brings.
Indeed. And what was the issue with this book?
I point at the Hebrew one, that one.
Mm-hmm.
the Celia
well,
looks to her side and takes it up again, like holds it. Like
It
this
is
one.
completely written in Hebrew. There is there isn't really a title on the front. Does
Well, when-
Cecilia speak Hebrew at all?
She's actually actively not reading it, but no, she does not speak Hebrew.
Okay, great, fantastic. See,
She
you don't even vaguely make out any like letters, subconsciously or anything like that. So,
when we tried to read it and I look at Cassandra, we sort of started speaking in tongues and we didn't even remember doing that. And
yeah.
I don't read Hebrew, so
Oh, none of you read Hebrew? Well, I don't know why. I apologize. Normally, I'm used to when you speak and read a language. Oftentimes, you can sometimes forget others don't.
besides that, no idea. As in, apparently some pages refer to Lilith, why we thought it might be interesting for Cecilia.
He sort of looks towards the book and cocks his head to one side. Yeah, it looks kind of familiar. I'm not sure if I read it or not. You mind if I see it?
It's your book. She holds it forward.
He picks it up and he just immediately opens it and starts flipping through it. Yeah. Same exact result as Bart. Doesn't even flinch.
The visible question mark above Jala's head. He's the second one not having trouble with that.
No, it's fascinating. I mean, it's just some of the basic lore and yeah, this is basic lore of Lilith, who is, rumored to be a powerful demon. So
Don't feel anything strange at all.
Who wrote the book? If there's an author of it.
one moment, and he flips towards the back of the book and no, that's not possible. It says it was written by Muhammad, but I highly doubt that.
Like the Muhammad?
The Muhammad.
And just casts a strange look around the table.
I'm willing to believe pretty much anything is plausible.
Angels, demons, all kinds of werewolves.
All exist, yes, in various different capacities.
Was Muhammad one of us?
There are rumors that
did he
Muhammad
exist?
was one of us, yes. Just as there are rumors that Yahshua was one of us. Yes.
Who's
It depends
Joshua?
on-
Surely no.
Yahshua is Jesus,
Right.
as many refer to him as.
While all of this is going on, Ajala also sort of looked at the paper that he was given, and at some point he sort of pokes up a bit with like a weird thing in his eyebrow, like, huh? And then just looks over at Cecilia for a short second and then returns his attention to the conversation.
Okay.
Well, Stila sits there looking at Alexis's reading in her Habiba clothes, apparently.
Still very
He
uncomfortable.
doesn't seem to react so much, Alexis.
No, Alexis doesn't react at all. But he does kind of nudge Ajala in the shin with his foot.
What? I'm sorry, as in...
Oh, you don't have to do it now. You know what? I'll go. Then you can do it.
Right.
And he, I'll talk to you kids later. Oh, here. And he hands the book back to you, Cecilia.
Thank you.
Have fun, kids.
We will. I'll probably come by in a night or two. When I
Oh,
get my
okay.
bearings again.
Should I prepare tea, perhaps snacks and a drink?
Some tea would be lovely.
Fantastic. All right. Well, if you'll excuse me, Cecilia, Ajala, Chimek, it was lovely, and
It was
Cassandra.
lovely.
And with
Good
that, he
night.
gives a light bow, makes his way out of the establishment. Pops his head back in at the last second. Do the thing. And then pops back out.
That was a little peculiar. Alexis came here and didn't actually want to say anything.
He's, Do you know the type of joke that is considered a dad joke?
What?
It's Alexis's attitude tonight was a bit confusing, albeit amusing. Anyway,
I feel a
Oh,
bit strange.
any of that, there's first this thing that I want to say to you, Cecilia.
Oh. Alone or here?
Like how much attention are people paying to us at our table?
Not much.
Yeah. If you feel like I've betrayed you, I never wanted that. And I don't want to lie to you, and especially not about stuff that is so important. We've come into this life together. You are basically my sister now. And I am sorry if I am making mistakes, which I know I'm doing a lot. I am sorry if I am not the perfect brother for you. I am trying though, and learning along the way. But I hardly had the life experiences, and I don't think any of us had before all of this started. And I guess I wanted to run along and just ignore the problems, which doesn't work, because I got us into shit. I've always gotten us into shit. That was never my intent, and I tried to be helpful while you were gone. And the moment you return, I've done wrong again. And I just hoped you were also glad to see us back and to see me back. That's what I wanted to say.
We will take the book, lie to the side. How are people sitting? In what order around this table? Well, let's ask this: am I sitting next to Adiala, or is Adiala sitting on the opposite side?
Probably somewhere in the quarter angle or something.
Right. Then she would just turn to you and said, "Come here," and she holds out her hand like an embrace, like to hug.
Ajala will stand up and go to her. No, go.
And she would hug him and hold him for awkwardly long.
Ajala doesn't care. It takes too long.
And then she will say, while she's still hugging Adiala, "We all do mistakes, but we must learn to trust each other and for the words we are telling. I can see that you are suffering, so I hope you have learned a lot."
No, I hope so too. As he sort of gets back out of the embrace and awkwardly sits down again.
And she just continues looking at him and says, "I do not think a ghoul is considered a betrayal. Even if you would steal my claim, it is just a ghoul. I did take offense when you lied to me and my father,
Yeah, I
well,
understand.
teacher, or somewhat. And I did take offense that you didn't trust my judgment in that alley. But I am not omnipresent. I don't know what is the correct choices. But the thing that I need from you is to prove once that even when it seems wrong, that you follow my words when I say something. And I will consider all of this like a mistake."
You just say when. I guess. And
Can't say when. We will
No,
see
I
when
mean,
it happens.
when it happens, I mean.
It is not bad what you are feeling. You should embrace your feelings about this, as it's hurting you, whatever you felt about this interaction. But when you do this, I was happy to see all of you alive. Like I said, normally I'm gone half a day and something terrible happened. I had a horrible feeling that if I was gone 3 days, I might not see one of you. And I'm happy that I see all of you sitting at the table and having, well, you all look pretty whole to me.
We try to keep a low profile and not be too, well, mainly I tried not to cause a ruckus. I don't think the rest has that much trouble with it.
I know that Cassandra shared that you shared a lot of information to others.
I spoke with Ezekiel. Speaking of, he had a task for you in particular that he wanted to give you.
Right, just to confirm. I think that it's easier for you to not share as much about the others in our group too when you talk to others.
That makes sense.
Unless we have already pre-established that we can talk about it. But I have been informed of everything you have said, so it's fine. Now, what did Ezekiel want with me?
Well, he had a task for you, and to go and see him. He's given us all a bit of a task. I don't think he's elaborated yet on his task for Cassandra, but another look at Chimeg. The two of us are to, well, I guess it's either for the entire group or something we do alone, as in depending on how things go, but he wants some people found. I do think if you bring him the news about Habiba being severely wounded, that would please him greatly, because Habiba is one of his main concerns currently. But he asked me to also enlist Chimeg at the very least to find and keep an eye on Rashid if we know where to find him to report back. Same as Theria, some Bruja in town.
Gabriel's son? Child?
Yes. That and just a general eye on Gabriel if we can. Also, what did he tell to you before you left? As in you running into Habiba like that? That must have been planned, right? Was that a trap?
Oh, did you run into her?
When I ran into her, I thought that I had been betrayed. But what I actually was going for was there. He shared a location to me, and the location was there. Maybe he told Habiba that I would go for it, or maybe Habiba just chose that because it is a holy place.
Oh.
But the place was there,
Holy
so
place
I
to
do
what?
not consider Gabriel lying yet. What did you say,
I
Shimmy?
found it an awful coincidence that Habiba happens to be there just when... As in, we didn't even get the opportunity yet to search for her location any further, and... Yeah, something tells me. I don't know. If you say Gabriel didn't betray you, then sure, but I find it coincidental.
I don't know. Shimmy, what did you say?
What holy place to what?
Well, I found the last recorded information about Lilith.
I thought the only religious interest Habiba had was...
Oh, she was not in the temple, but it was a bit of... Let's say Habiba didn't start with I have been expecting you, as I met her naked. She was taking a bath or something.
That does sound like she was expecting you.
Did she run away without clothes?
Yes. I drove her off into the night without clothes.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that yet.
Oh,
that is
so
amazing.
funny.
Oh, a werewolf could kill me now and I die a happy man.
But she was a lot faster than me to get from point A to point B, so I didn't try to chase. I think it would have been bad if I did still, but I'm not sure. Because I don't want to... I wasn't actually there for a fight, as I was Myself is very wounded, as you know.
You were. That demon did a
How-
number on you before you left.
How did you even manage that?
I
How?
caught her with her pants down.
Okay, sorry, I didn't understand that last bit.
I caught her with her pants down, I said.
Yeah, all without.
Yes, in any
I didn't know
case,
that nakedness was a beaver's weakness.
I have some strengths I haven't shown before, and I used it all on Habiba. So Habiba knows probably my limit, but I think she's afraid of my limit now.
That is good news.
Well, then we should hunt her down now. If she's wounded.
if
You said
can
she
be-
had another target. Do you know who was it?
She wanted me to, well, in exchange for Seraphina's life, to fool Boniface to go to a specific location to be assassinated by her.
Or Restusi.
Or Restusi.
Basically, just leaders in the Christian faction. The higher ups.
So
Have you.
that's probably her main targets, but now she might come after me, depending if she feels that I'm a threat. I had planned to maybe make a truce with Habiba, if she would be up for it. But it will be
Okay.
really complicated if you two have a task of tracking down Gabriel's child, as well. If she won't come with any of us, I must probably promise not to come after any of, well, Gabriel and his child as well. So I'm not sure I can be able to make a deal with her now.
Well, we're not to go after them in person, we just have to report back on their location. Which is technically still. It would be
Well-
considered the same, I'm aware. Then again, she's weakened right now.
Yes, she's probably not back in town yet. She's probably hiding somewhere out of town.
I have potential people who might know about her hiding places. And if we could end her, then I am sure that Ezekiel would appreciate that a lot.
I would like if we could reach a diplomatic solution and not having to end her, if I could choose.
Mhm.
Why?
Well, she's running around naked. Maybe the scourge might get her.
Oh
That's
yes,
stupid, Paul.
Ezekiel also told us that a scourge will be coming into town, and we are warned to stay out of its way.
Scourge of what?
Did this still looks a little more awkward, like she's some twinkle. She said, "Did he say which target the scourge have?"
The werewolf.
The werewolves were the main
werewolves?
concern.
But there's so many of them.
Yeah, which also surprises me a bit. Like, I don't want to go toe to toe with those again, preferably.
Should
Yes,
we let the group we had a truce with be aware to maybe hurry up their leaving of the city?
sorry, just one thing. DM, do
Yep.
I know the things about the scourge as me as a player know? Or should I roll something?
Go ahead and roll me. Well, no, you have a vampire lord.
Yeah.
Speciality. No, you as a player and you as a character should have the knowledge that you have. Yeah.
A scourge is not normally used to hunt anything else than other vampire, kindreds, canites.
Then maybe
Why-
that's cover then. I don't know.
And there are so many werewolves.
Yeah, won't that just make an all-out war? Another
Yes,
one.
That seems wrong.
Well, that's what
Ezekiel,
Ezekiel told us.
I don't
Maybe
know whether
he was
it,
told it.
it wasn't really jokingly, was it? I'm looking at Cassandra.
It didn't bleed.
Yeah.
But maybe he was told wrong. Maybe that's just cover for it to come for other reasons.
It's also okay. A scourge from where? Did you get the name?
Not a name. No.
He just told us to look out for someone that murders everything in its path and just not to be in the
That it might cross our territory and just suck it up, basically.
Yeah,
As
I
for
think
the
we
What
should
they're
say
doing
that
on our
underlying
territory?
threat. I think this is more a threat that if we betray Ezekiel, there is a scourge close by to end us. I think that is what this message is. I might be wrong, but it sounds more like that. I will talk to Ezekiel to see if I can dig out any information.
Why
But
are they
if-
doing that on our territory? Shouldn't we manage
said
our own
if.
territory?
That too, we should manage our own territory, otherwise we don't.
And what are they
deserve it.
doing here?
It kind of goes above.
Cecilia takes a
should
deep
we-
breath, like, calms down, and she becomes this calm person again. Sorry. We should probably talk about more important things. I have the crystal heart of Serafina. How can we restore him?
We're gonna need a young Canite,
A young Canine.
one that
So she wasn't lying. That Canine has to die, right?
he will be consumed by Serafino, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Habiba said 9 times out of 10 it works as planned when you do it.
New Canite is usually not prepared to deal with the incoming soul of another.
How do we make a new one?
That's a good question. Have any of us been informed on how Canites are created?
Yeah, Cecilia would know how the basic lore of how a Canite is created.
I
A
know
mummy
how-
and a daddy vampire.
I know how to create the Canite, but I will not lie. I'm not comfortable with bringing someone up and then destroy it.
Cecilia, intelligence investigation.
All right.
The body stays alive. It's just the soul that goes. Well,
I guess
alive,
no
I think.
wound penalties.
Mm-mm.
2 successes.
Another problem that you have here is you're dealing with converting a child of the cup into
Yeah.
a normal Canite, and you don't know what that's going to do.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that too, but yeah. But for her, that is liar priority and the other things she talked
Right.
about.
Absolutely, sure.
But she said, I guess I should also say that, well, our offsprings might be different.
Right,
Maybe
I
this
have-
is something we should bring to
Okay.
Bart.
Yes. I think that the best thing we can do now is take this crystal heart and bring it to Bartholomew for keeping, and
Safekeeping.
maybe also ask him about judgment on this.
Mm-hmm.
Said he would be home for a while, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Or at least a few nights or something like that.
Can you maybe fly home and give it to him?
Of course.
Then she would give a whole bag. She would take like the side bag, unhook it, and give it over.
I'll take the bag. Should I do that right away?
I guess sooner the better, so it doesn't get stolen again. I should probably move over to Ezekiel right away if he wanted me to go there, as it's probably already spreading now that Alexis knows that I'm back. I also need new clothes. Maybe I should come in Habiba's clothes to him. I'm not sure.
I do think he
It's a
would
bit of a
be
power move.
delighted at the surprise, as long as you don't cover your face.
I don't know what is the tactful response here for political things. I have never read about this kind of situation. But let's
That sounds like a
try.
power move to me.
It certainly feels like a power move. As in, that's big dick energy, as some people tend to call that.
The enemy faction will probably then know that I have Habiba's clothes.
Is that a good or a bad?
That will make
Excuse me.
Abiba very angry, probably.
That is making it public that she It's actually very much a shame that he came and saw this, but he might think that I am. Did you tell Alexis about my encounter with Habiba?
Yeah, I might have.
I guess I just go to the capital then, because this is now public. Well, capital, the
The Citadel. I know. I know what you
Citadel.
meant.
All right, wish me
So he was
luck in
just
this,
in here. He
trying
saw
to
you.
be more powerful than I am, probably.
Should you go with her, maybe?
Me?
Well, all of you, I'm thinking.
We could all go with her, sure, but Ezekiel has asked
Still
us
not
to.
Still not trusting the werewolves. Or Habiba. Or anyone, really.
There's a yawn
Yeah.
as an individual begins walking down the stairs and comes to stand next to Chimang and goes, "What did I miss?"
Cecilia's back.
Hello.
Hi. Nice clothes.
Thank you, I guess. Do you like them more than my other clothes?
Not really, no.
Yeah.
Jola lets out an audible
Good choice.
She
chuckle.
nods.
Everybody's like.
You make mumbles, good choice.
Didn't know how close you were to death.
You chosen death. No. Alright. Okay. Well, if anyone want to accompany me there, you can. Otherwise, I will just go over, and then I will hide in a hole and heal sometime, I think.
guess we
before
go in a
someone comes
group.
to me.
Mhm.
And,
Oh. Have the workers come yet? I mean, the slaves.
Oh, yeah, they're
but
downstairs.
They're all sort of drained.
Not drained.
Not trained.
Well,
They
not
are-
drained, but
They had their physicals.
Yeah. they had their physical.
You were hungry, Adele, I guess.
Was me as
She
well,
say it with
honestly.
actually the fun thing in her eye, like with a glint in her eye.
Jola turns visibly red.
All right, and that means that probably my specimens have also arrived.
That's true, probably true.
Did you tell Ivano to actually collect armors?
You have not seen
Left arm?
Ivano, I don't believe.
No, no one has actually looked for him. And just to remind, the last thing Cecilia said: find Ivano and tell him to get 10 armors.
No, what? You told Chimeg to get the 10 armors.
No. I told her to tell Ivano, because I wouldn't send you on a menial task like that.
Then I misunderstood.
Or ordering armor?
And confusion is spreading on the
Yeah,
table.
you should see this wave of confusion spread. As Chimeg, like, in the back of her head goes, "No, I was the one who was supposed to buy the armor."
Did something happen to Ivano? You all seemed a bit tense.
I'm sorry, No, I just-
I've gone to see him.
I did place the order for the armors you wanted.
But you didn't
I
tell him to do?
I didn't realize you wanted me to go talk to him.
I don't think I would ever give you a menial task to fetch armors in my stead. That would be more of a ghoul's task.
I guess we know where the
Okay.
armors have to go now.
Guess
I
have
had the
to-
time.
I guess I also have to go to the slaughtered ox then. I guess I should go to the citadel first.
I can let him know on my way out, I guess.
That would be lovely. Thank you. He's probably at the slaughtered ox waiting for me then, I would guess.
Right.
I'll come with to the citadel, however.
Alright.
Oh.
She stands up. And
Do you want-
new-
Batu and Rafik to come with you.
He will have to come with us. He'll have to announce my presence.
Yes. Duke Kush. No. Kush. What was the last part?
Kazal.
Kazal. Kush Kazal. Introducing Duke Kush Kazal, lady. And Rafik kind of holds his hand towards you.
the last
Kush.
time I was at the Citadel, I called myself Eva.
Eva Kazal. There we go.
So, what kind of name is that?
Kazal, it's southern.
Well, I was there under the gaze of being more of a servant girl. Now I would go here in Habiba's clothes, so I guess you should introduce me as Cecilia of Montfort,
Okay.
as we are not making this a hidden display.
All right. No. Okay. All right. So Duke Kush Kazal and Duchess Cecilia of Montfort. Does that work?
I'm not a duchess yet, so just say Cecilia of Montfort. It still is a noble name. You can say Lady
Alright.
Cecilia of Montfort.
All right. Okay.
I'm confused, but it seems like you will figure that out.
Yeah, I'm not a duke.
Batu
Yeah, I
and
didn't think this
Rafik
would be a
play
thing,
with the
but-
others.
Kush Kusel? What is kind of name of duchess as she?
Same one as last time.
That's the name that he says that he had the last time. So, you know, I made him sound important and nobly, and it got us through the gate.
Was that the last time where when she was Eva?
When
Oh,
you
it
were
was.
Eva, and when he was Kush Kazal, and Serafino was still Serafino.
Yeah, but he was not a duke then. Like.
No, he was not a duke then.
No, the duke part
The
is
duke
new.
part is new.
Okay.
But you remember Kush Kazal from when you
Okay.
went to go see Ezekiel the first time.
Also, by him calling me a duke, they let me in with arms and armor. Like, that was new.
All right. Let's do that then.
Duchess or no Duchess?
Are you coming
lady.
with, Cassandra?
Lady. All right. Would she Meg be coming along?
She's gonna.
Mm. Yeah, I need to make a
Oh.
delivery, I suppose.
Oh. Kind of looks upset and like, kind of saddened by that, but he's like, all right.
I'll be back quite
After
soon.
that, the ox, I believe.
Oh, are we going to the Ox first?
No, I'll go
after the Citadel.
past there.
I mean,
Oh,
well, we
okay.
could meet up with G-Meg again.
Ah.
Also, Cassandra, are you joining us to the Citadel?
Is where coffee is on the way, or is it out of the way?
Opposite direction.
Yeah, I would like to check in with coffee, but if you want me to come with you guys, I can do that after.
Same distance, opposite direction too. Sorry, just had to mention that.
Well, it's up to you if you want to follow. I guess he only wants to speak to me, but I would like your company.
If you like my company, I'll come with you guys, and on the way back, he can wait a little bit.
It's also safer, as in. I only realized earlier when I entered the rack that I went to the rack and that there were lupines about.
You went to the rack when there's still lupines there?
Yes, and I actually managed to spot one, a new one that I hadn't seen before.
I thought you
Should be-
considered the rack off limits, right? Until the werewolves left.
It
Or-
was in a fit of
Hmm, I
something
see.
that I found myself there.
It is fine. She takes a
If we
deep
s-
breath, calming herself again.
Oh, by the way, and I pull out the note that Alexis gave me, and I show it to Cecilia, and I go with my finger under the line that says myriad of sparkles in aura. And I show that to Cecilia. I got this from you. I'll say to her. I didn't tell Alexis, no, but I got this from you.
Myriad of sparkles.
And
This-
behind that it says witch.
This is the equivalent of Hagrid walking up and saying, "You're a wizard, Harry." Only instead
Okay.
it's, "You're a witch, Cecilia."
Maybe it's something connected to who we are. Maybe we all look like witches.
How do I
And
look like?
at the next person next to me, either Chimeg or Cassandra.
Okay, would you like to go ahead and activate?
Yup.
Headache time. Oh,
Oh!
5
Oh.
successes. What is
Okay.
Chimeg's current? Actually, why don't you message me Chimeg's main 2 emotions? And,
God.
Yeah, that's in this moment.
I think it's the wrong diff though. I think it's difficulty 8 doing these things.
What difficulties did you roll it under?
I rolled at difficulty 6, I believe. Is it difficulty 8?
I think it's difficulty 8.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit, that's
difficulty
my
8.
bad in that case.
Well, then
You
it's
still got 2
two
successes, which means
Okay.
yeah. So just give me 1 emotion in that case. Your main emotion.
Oh God.
Probably the same,
Hmm.
like bluish.
A very good question, actually.
I'm surprised that her ghoul is not constantly a deep red when she's around.
No, her ghoul. Hold on, I'll tell you exactly what her
Oh,
fucking
blue.
It'd
ghoul
be
is.
dark. It would be dark blue. Yeah.
Dark blue. On blue.
I still find it weird that that's that
No,
color.
it wasn't dark blue, it was blue.
Rich blue
Yeah.
or something blue. Something
1
blue.
second.
Not just.
It was probably
Deep blue?
normal blue.
Not blue, yeah.
194. Sorry, I was trying to get to the page.
It's worrisome when it turns green.
Yeah, he was straight up. He was blue.
Straight blue. I remember that much.
But you only got 2 successes on him, I think. So yeah, that's all you could tell.
Yeah, and the ghoul thing stood out as well, I believe.
Sure, because that's like
Blotches.
blotches in it. But yeah. If he had any other motions, you're not sure.
Mhm.
Ah, there we go. Okay, gotcha. So yes, it would be light blue with a myriad of sparkles in the aura, not dripping,
Not dripping.
perfectly normal.
Here's the weird thing that something, yeah, the sparkles is something Chimeg has as well. So I'm guessing that might indeed have to do with what we are. Now I am wondering, however, why your sparkles, and I'm looking at Cecilia, your sparkles seem to drip down and seep into the ground. I've no clue what that means.
Does Cecilia know what that means?
Intelligence occult.
All right.
Difficulty 7.
I will also roll.
Oh, sorry. This has to deal with Lilith. Difficulty 8.
Difficulty 8, intelligence occult. Can I
Yeah.
roll that as well?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, I had wound successes again. Let's see.
Yeah. Do the wound dice, please.
Okay, still 1 success.
1 success and 1 success and yeah, I mean, aspects are weird. It probably means something, but you haven't heard anything about it yet.
I'll figure it out over time, I guess, someday.
I don't
I
know.
have to read something more on this. I don't like reading. Oh well.
As he reads a cheat sheet.
Yeah. As he's reading the cheat sheet. Anyways, that's a thing that I am starting to get more control of, it seems. At the very
There
least.
should be tons of books on Auspex in Alexis' library that you can actually read about exactly what every color would mean.
Exactly, and if not on in his library, then also in Mara's, most likely.
Yeah, most likely. This is a common discipline, so I think that there's a lot of information about it. I think I haven't known about the color. I know that there are colors because I read that, but I haven't rolled exactly what the colors mean.
Alexis made me this cheat sheet, as he called it. So yeah, it's useful to get started with.
Which?
Well, at least both you and she make, and probably.
Does Stila know what a witch is in this context?
Yeah.
More than a word for a magic user?
You would need to research further iterations. Or not iterations, but further explanations.
Alright.
Perhaps a journal
What
of
does-
someone who has used Auspex before, or perhaps several accounts of the individuals that were Auspected, I should say.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alexis made this cheat sheet from a journal, from someone who's apparently a user of Auspex as well. He offered to, I think he offered me to lend that book or borrow that book from him.
It can be useful. Maybe we can learn a thing or two.
Right, Puss? Yes. Yellow suddenly is a cat that he picked up from the street or something. But yeah.
Alright. What does a witch mean to Shemek? Is that like a very negative word?
Well, it's not a very negative word to Chimeg. To Chimeg, a witch would probably more than likely be what many outsiders confuse the shamans for.
Right. So witches aren't really a thing in her culture, or
Right. There's no Baba Yaga witch story, but the closest you guys would even remotely get is like seers.
Like, I would take that Mara can maybe be a witch, if anything.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it also comes to the point if we go to historical context. During this time, the word witch did not be used at all in this manner. It's basically to describe a drug dealer.
Correct. Yeah.
What I'm thinking though is in Asatru, a witch has a very negative connotation. I think isn't the Asatru and the Mongolian
The
belief
Tingri one?
kind of
They're intertwined here and there, but I'm pretty sure at this period in time they haven't had much interaction with one another.
Okay.
I can go and I can look to see how much the two religions would have interacted with one another at this time period, but I think it's only like sparse groups, mainly groups that have been raiding into what we know as modern day Russia, and from both sides interacting would be like the most they would have, and I don't know if that would have spread to the rest of Tingriism yet.
All right, but then at least it wouldn't mean much to Chimeg.
Right.
At least it's important.
I mean, being a blood-sucking monster of the night is probably worse on the scale than a witch is, even if you take a bad interpretation of it.
In
Or
Tingriism?
the one to
Nah, she's fine.
No.
She's a normal person.
Chimeg is weird. But she's also a bird. That is not a normal person.
Just when she feels like it.
Dog person.
Yeah, her people don't care as long as you're alive and you have your third soul. Is it the third or the second soul? I think it's the third
The
soul.
third, yeah.
Yeah, as long as you have your third soul, you're good.
But it's the soul that gives you personality. So she has that.
All right. But either way, we are getting a little bit off track. We want to thank each and every one of you guys for coming out and watching the show. We greatly appreciate you guys. And unfortunately, we have run way past our normal time. So thank you all so much for coming out. We greatly appreciate you, and we will see you guys next time. Adios.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.